And welcome to the 2023 Mid-Atlantic Youth Rowing Championships hosted by US Rowing. We already have a start to the first event of the day, which is the men's youth single. In lane one is George Giamonicas from Accra. Lane two is Will Foucher from Nereid. Lane three, Nate Harris from Ridgewood. Lane four, Alden Weaver from Undine. Lane five, Richard Whitfield from Potomac. And from Wilmington Youth in lane six is Isaac Fieldman. And the early leader appears to be lane four, lane three, Nate Harris from Ridgewood has jumped to the early lead, coming to the 500-meter mark first. He is trailed closely by Alden Weaver and Richard Whitfield. And so as we get to the 1,000-meter, as the crews are approaching the 1,000-meter mark, it still looks to be Nate Harris in the lead, with Will Foucher making a good push here in lane two. As the crews get through the 1,000, definitively, Nate Harris remains in the lead, leading this final of the men's youth single. Halfway through the piece, second place looks to be Will Foucher from Nereid. But you can't count out lanes 5 and 6 that are still in contact with second place. Yesterday, Nate Harris never really going above 30 on the stroke rating. Today, a little bit more animated, as this is the final. Nate Harris striking 33 strokes a minute. Second place is the entry from Nereid, Will Foucher. He has now broken open water on third place, which appears to be Alden Weaver. Weaver has just half a boat length on fourth place from Wilmington Youth, Isaac Fieldman. But this race is quite purposely being dominated by Nate Harris from Ridgewood. Nate Harris has just about 2 lengths of open water on second place, Will Foucher from Nereid. And Will Foucher's got to keep an eye out because it looks like there's going to be some challenge here from either lane 4, Alden Weaver, or Isaac Feldman in lane 6. But you can't count out Richard Whitfield, who's right there with them. We have 3 boats right there working off each other for that third place finish. Nobody seems like they're going to touch Nate Harris. This is definitely his race to lose, as he's surmounted a large lead going into the last 500 meters. And here they come into the last 500 meters. Those of you standing on the shoreline next to the finish line Tower Beach, be able to cheer him on. And it looks like the Wilmington Youth entry from Isaac Fieldman has overtaken third place. He's gone early, and he has gotten his bow ahead of both Richard Whitfield and Alden Weaver. But all three crews are within one seat of each other, and they're definitely motoring up. And Mr. Foucher in lane two's got to keep an eye out because they may make a charge on him. Again, Nate Harris is well in the lead. Don't see anybody touching him. And Alden Weaver makes a response. Alden Weaver has now pushed his bow into third place. But Isaac Fieldman raises his game again, and they are moving quickly on second place. Fieldman goes up again. And your winner of this event, Mr. Nate Harris from Ridgewood, congratulations. Men's youth single. Second place, as we go to the finish line camera, it will be close. Oh, here comes Weaver with a big push. And wow, that's too close to call. Too close to call. It looks like it went to Will Foucher in lane two, but third was between Weaver and Feldman. Alden Weaver putting on a hard press in the last 100 meters. And it looks like it's Alden Weaver in third place. Alden Weaver by half a second over Isaac Fieldman. Great job to all competitors. Wonderful race. Congratulations to Nate Harris on this gold medal in the men's youth single. Our next event will be the women's youth single final. And it is already off the starting block as the crews have crossed the 150-meter mark. Now into the first 500. Lane one, once the camera pans over to that race, you'll get a look at them. Lane one from Ridgewood as well, Anna Mevzin. Lane two from South Jersey, Sophia Stafford. Lane three from Baldwin, Anna Johnson. Lane four from Newport, Grace Moore. Lane five is from Accra. Her name is Isabella Laddie. Lane six, Ella Ahern from Annapolis Juniors. And lane seven, Abigail Mazurik from Navesink River. And the crews are off, approaching the first 500-meter marker. Difficult to see who's in the lead from the finish line tower here, but it does look like it might be, it's very close. It's hard to see anybody having fallen back. Lane three and lane four seem to be just getting their nose out there in front of the rest of the field. Lane four, Grace Moore from Newport, has had a little bit of a better starting sequence and has found herself in the lead here. As the crews go through the first 500 meters, your leader is Grace Moore from Newport. Second place is very tight between Anna Johnson from Baldwin, Isabella Laddie from Accra, and Sophia Stafford from South Jersey. Well, as these are blind boats, so they do not have somebody steering them. The athlete is responsible for pulling hard as well as steering where their boat goes. And sometimes you'll see some steering adjustments as we are right now. It looks like lane two has had a minor adjustment. Sophia Stafford from South Jersey, but your leader continues to be Grace Moore from Newport. She's just linked it out to a very fine rhythm taking big, aggressive strokes. Laying it down right now, she's really investing in this second 500 meters, trying to put more distance between her and second place, and she's doing exactly that, as she now has a length of open water on lane 3, Anna Johnson from Baldwin. Isabella Laddie is hanging tough onto Anna Johnson, but definitively Grace Moore has broken from the field and is off to the races here, not looking back, daring anybody to hang on to her pace, and it doesn't seem like anybody can quite match it. And through the 1,000 meters, Grace Moore continues to be your leader. Second place is Anna Johnson from Baldwin, and third place, Isabella Laddie from Akron. Moore taking huge advantage of these wonderful conditions here in West Windsor, New Jersey on Lake Mercer. Flat water, just a puff of wind, ideal for a rowing race. Now into this third 500 meters, more of the same from Moore. And Anna Johnson has begun to push away from Isabella Laddie. Isabella's going to need to come up with another gear here to hang on to Johnson. And in lane 6, Ahern, has started to make a little bit of a push. She's now in fourth place over lane 2, Sophia Stafford. And so we now have, let's see here, that would be Anna Johnson is now just a smidge of open water ahead of Isabella Laddie, that race for second place. Into this last 500 meters coming up, pardon me, in this third 500 meters, Moore has continued to hold the open water lead that she established in the second 500. Margins have remained pretty close to the same. Probably the big mover on the field in this third 500 would have been Ella Ahern from Annapolis Juniors. She's made a strong argument for getting into that top 3. In this women's youth single final, the boats are just about passing the gazebo here on Lake Mercer. Grace Moore in her green hull. Now she can see the American flag. She can see the gazebo. She knows the finish is coming sooner than later. And starting to wind it up here for this final. Isabella Laddie has pushed as well in this third 500, and she now has open water on Ella Ahern from Annapolis. Second place is definitively Anna Johnson from Baldwin, who has open water on Isabella Laddie. And here comes your leader into the final sequences of her race. Very clean rowing. Sophia Stafford has overtaken Ella Ahern for fourth place. As Grace Moore approaches the line in her green Vespoli hull, she will be your winner. Grace Moore from Newport. Second place going to Anna Johnson from Baldwin School. Third place, wow, Sophia Stafford from South Jersey making a big charge and looks like she might have just nipped Isabella Laddie for that third place. That last 500 from Sophia Stafford was blazing. She moved from fifth to third place. Well done. Fifth place, Ella Hearn from Annapolis, as we watch Anna Mebson from Ridgewood cross the line as well. So Grace Moore takes the women's youth single from Newport in a time of 8:26. Anna Baldwin rowing herself to the silver medal. And Sophia Stafford puts on a guns blazing sprint and is able to sneak in there and get the bronze medal. Congratulations to all finishers. Our next event will be the men's youth pair. And they're already off and going. Lane 1 from Montclair, Lane 2, Road, New Jersey, Lane 3, the Hun School, Lane 4, another entry from Montclair, Lane 5, Bethesda Chevy Chase, and Lane 6, Rockland. It would appear that Lane 4, Montclair, has taken the early lead. Coach Jeremy's crew having a little bit of not quite steering issues there within their lane, but Lane 5, Bethesda Chevy Chase, looks like they want to check out the water in Montclair's lane because they seem to be going so fast as their hull is just about to cross over the buoy line. Not quite yet. They'll be getting corrected by the official behind them, but through the first 500 meters, your leader is very clearly Montclair as they're approaching 1,000. Gagnon, and Ferris from Montclair. Now, the second place race seems to be a little bit more interesting as we have Bethesda Chevy Chase, the Hun School, and Row, New Jersey duking it out to get in that second spot. Right now, it would appear that Bethesda Chevy Chase has the advantage. Their steering is still questionable as they have moved from their lane in lane 5 into lane 4. But they're still maintaining their lead on the other boats. So long as they do not interfere with any other boat, they should be just fine. But the additional steering can slow the hull down, but it doesn't seem to be hurting them that badly as they take open water into second place. Montclair still clearly over Bethesda Chevy Chase with one length of open water. Bethesda Chevy Chase with one seat of open water over the Hun School in lane 3. Hun School has pushed out on Row, New Jersey. Row, New Jersey not quite able to find the same level of speed. And there are your leaders going into this third 500 meters. Montclair in lane 4, second place. Bethesda Chevy Chase in lane, they should be in lane 5 now. It looks like they're checking out lane 6 too, going on a little bit of a exploratory row here. And then the Hun School in lane 3 is your third place finisher, running third place as they cross 1,000. These boats are also vying for a bid to the national championship. It should be top 4 finishers get an invitation to the national championship, the USRowing National Championship Regatta in Sarasota, Florida, in just about 3 weeks. So Bethesda Chevy Chase has found their groove in the middle of their lane now, but so has the Hun School, and the Hun School has moved up to Bethesda Chevy Chase now with their bow ball on Bethesda's bowman. Cruise into the last 500. And there's a good shot of your leaders, Montclair. Very clean rowing. Blades aren't touching the water. Same can be said for all the entries. Montclair starting to ramp it up here, and the Hun School ramping it up as well. Bethesda Chevy Chase with just a smidgen of a lead, and that lead is gone. Hun School has taken over second place from Bethesda Chevy Chase, and woo, somebody wound these guys up. They look like they have a little Energizer bunny just pushing them along. Hun School really moving here. First place will be Montclair. Congratulations, as they're crossing the line now. Second place, Hun School was able to hold that lead that they just snuck in over Bethesda Chevy Chase. Congratulations to them. Bethesda Chevy Chase in third. And your fourth place finisher looks to be the Row, New Jersey entry. Those four crews qualifying for invitations to the national championship as we watch the second Montclair crew and Rockland cross the line. So Montclair takes the men's pair for this Mid-Atlantic region, followed by the Hun School, and then Bethesda Chevy Chase and Row, New Jersey. And we'll watch the next event coming up, the women's pair, and they are off from the blocks. Lane 1, Row, New Jersey. Lane 2, Williamsburg. Lane 3, Montclair. Lane 4, Mercer Juniors. Lane 5, Nereid Boat Club. Lane 6, Walter Johnson High School. And Lane 7, Lower Marion High School. Boats are clear of the breakage zone and are running hot, straight, and normal. Again, these crews not only competing for a regional championship or an invitation to the national championship. And all boats are pretty tightly packed right now. Too hard to tell through the 500 who definitively has the lead here yet. And it looks to be lane two from Williamsburg is making a challenge, but lane 4 from Mercer has responded and taken the lead over, but it's very tight. Mercer and Williamsburg appear to be your early leaders, followed very closely by Montclair. Montclair, who just won the men's pair, trying to make it a sweep of this event. But Mercer has lengthened out in the second 500 meters and now has put their bow ahead by just about 2 seats over Williamsburg. Williamsburg with a 1-seat lead on Montclair, and Montclair with a boat length lead on lane 4. Pardon me, lane 5, Nereid. Mercer inching out with every stroke, sort of just taking 3 inches on the field with every stroke that they make, and that adds up pretty quickly. And they now have cleared open water on Williamsburg, who still has that 1 seat lead on Montclair. But in the pair, as we saw with this last race, the men's pair final, anything can happen. But it is Mercer. However, it looks to be some steering issues here. Lane 3 appears to be coming a little bit close to lane 4, but the crews are separated out far enough that there wouldn't be any contact. And that's really what you're looking for here. If there was some sort of interference by one crew over another, that would be grounds for a protest. But they're very clear of each other to not do that. And in this third 500 meters, as they're crossing, it looks as if Lower Merion and Walter Johnson have invested and are trying to get back into these top 3. But your leader still is clearly Mercer Juniors, as they're going to look to try to extend their lead in this third 500. This is where the Reaper comes knocking. Legs start to feel like buttered cheese curdles. And you got to just keep pushing through it. See if you can put your mind somewhere else and raise your game. Mercer Juniors are doing exactly that, holding on to their lead, pushing out a little bit further. And Montclair looks as if they have taken the second place position over from Williamsburg. They're going to see if they can challenge this Mercer Junior boat. But Mercer has shown some great determination in this third 500 and have pushed their lead out a little bit more. Montclair, also investing in this third 500, have become your clear second place runners. And Williamsburg and Nereid are getting into a tussle here for that bronze medal, third place finish. Nereid starting to come on. It looks as if Williamsburg may have run out a little bit of steam, but perhaps they can kick it back in. But in the meantime, Nereid has shifted it up a gear, starting to press on Montclair. Montclair being in the lead position over Nereid does have the advantage of looking back and seeing them, as does Mercer, who are the overall leaders. But Montclair has responded to Nereid's press, and they've come with a little push of their own. But Nereid is definitively in third place over Williamsburg. Coming into the finish line are your leaders, hometown heroes on their own body of water, Mercer Juniors. Winding up for their sprint here. And why not enjoy it a little bit? as they come to the line. Mercer Juniors, your champion in the women's youth pair. Congratulations. Second place going to Montclair High School. And third place, Nereid Boat Club. Williamsburg qualifying for the national championships in fourth place. And here comes Lower Marion as well as Walter Johnson. And wrapping up your grand final is Rowe, New Jersey. Congratulations to Mercer Juniors, having won the women's youth pair. Second place, Montclair. Third place, Nereid. Fourth place, Williamsburg. Walter Johnson in fifth. Lower Marion High School in sixth. And Rowe, New Jersey in seventh. And we move on to the sculling events. This next race will be the men's youth double, as they're already off the line. Lane 1, St. Joseph's High School of New Jersey. Lane 2, White Marsh. Lane 3, Potomac Boat Club. Lane 4, Ridgewood. Lane 5, Malvern Prep. And Lane 6, Germantown Friends. And it looks as if lane 4 might have a slight advantage crossing the 500-meter mark. As our drone footage starts to get pulled up here. Lane 4, yeah, maybe lane 5 has now worked their way into the lead. And still a little bit too close to call from this angle. Everybody's in contention on this one. Into that second 500 meters. White Marsh in lane 2, definitely making a discussion out of it. But your leader is lane 4, Ridgewood, followed by White Marsh in 2. And it appears Malvern in lane 5. But don't count out Potomac Boat Club. Their bow is right there, overlapping the second and third place boats. Ridgewood hasn't quite broken open water, and Malvern is pressing. Malvern in this third 500 meters, pressing on the leaders, Ridgewood. And Malvern has overtaken second place White Marsh and are continuing to move on Ridgewood. Ridgewood has half a boat length on Malvern in second. Malvern has one seat on White Marsh. White Marsh having a great tussle yesterday with Germantown Friends, and now showing a gear that they didn't show until the end of the piece yesterday right away. And they better have another gear to go, because Malvern is really pressing, continuing to press on Ridgewood. Ridgewood have seen the Malvern press and taking it up a little bit themselves and now have pushed out on them. And it looks as if through the 1,000, Whitemarsh has their planned move at this point and have retaken second place from Malvern. Not to be discredited or counted out, Potomac Boat Club right there as well. But wait 3 seconds and you'll see a change between second place, as we do now, where Malvern has pushed themselves into second. So your leader is Ridgewood with about a half a boat length of open water on Malvern. Malvern with half a length on Whitemarsh. Potomac Boat Club beginning their press, feeling they need to invest now to get their nose into it. But Ridgewood has done a fine job watching this race develop behind them and holding their lead and continuing to be in that first place position. And as the crews are approaching their final sequences, Malvern has remained in second place, but here comes Potomac. Potomac pressing hard on Malvern and Whitemarsh. Potomac is, oh, Whitemarsh responds. This is going to have to go to the video camera. Whitemarsh, here's Ridgewood, your leaders, and Malvern taking second, it looks, but Potomac and Whitemarsh, Potomac, not sure who's going to get it. Too close to call. Malvern definitively got second place. And we'll see what the official timer comes up with. And it looks as if it's Potomac who's able to sneak in, and probably the tightest margin that we've seen so far in this regatta, over Whitemarsh by 0.1. Potomac earns the bronze medal. Whitemarsh in fourth, Germantown Friends in fifth, St. Joseph's High School of New Jersey in sixth. Top four finishers earning an invitation to the Youth National Championship. And now back to the race course as we have the women's double already in progress. Lane 1, Conestoga. Lane 2, River City. Lane 3, South Jersey. Lane 4, Rockland. Lane 5, Baltimore. And lane 6, Agnes Irwin. As the crews approach the completion of the first 500, lane 1, Conestoga, making a race out of it. Lane 5, Baltimore, seems to be pressing. And as the boats approach that 500-meter mark, it looks to be your leader will be very tight, very tight. Either lane 1 or 4, either Conestoga or Baltimore And this is a great shot, an aerial overhead of the drones. Thank you to Here Now Racing for their production support of this broadcast. Oh, Baltimore seems to have a little bit of a tracking problem as their course is being corrected. Meantime, Conestoga in lane one is just straight as an arrow, trying to take advantage of that Baltimore course correction. And we have 6 boats with contact here of this women's youth double final. Conestoga in lane one, challenging Baltimore in 4 for the lead, but you can't count out lane 3 from South Jersey. They're actually pushing, but lane 2, the entry from River City, is also in this conversation as well. So we have 4 boats fighting for the lead, all within 1 seat of each other: Conestoga, River City, South Jersey, and Baltimore. Those 4 crews have begun to push out on 5th place in lane 5 from and Agnes Irwin in lane 6. Rockland is now pressed their bow ahead. Rockland is in the lead. Second place looks to be South Jersey, who are making a huge press. South Jersey challenging Rockland for the lead. And it seems to switch between strokes. Who's going to be in the lead, Rockland or South Jersey? South Jersey, then Rockland. Rockland, then South Jersey. Lane 2, River City is pressed up, but Conestoga is moving with them. And still, we have 4 boats with overlap fighting for the lead of this race. Conestoga making a huge press under the power lines. Rockland is biding their time, waiting to make their move, but South Jersey has clearly taken the lead with a half a length over Rockland and River City. Conestoga right there with them now. Closest to the shore of this leader pack, you'll see Rockland with their white blades. South Jersey in lane 3 now with a bow deck of a lead over River City, who just got the smallest margin on Rockland. Rockland, the smallest margin on Conestoga. Woo! This is turning into a burner here. Holy googly moogly. And it looks to be South Jersey still in the lead. Oh, but here comes River City. River City making a challenge. But Rockland is still there as well. 500 meters to go, and your leader is South Jersey. South Jersey by a bow deck, a canvas, as they might say in good old England. Canvas representing the part of the boat that is the bow deck. And it is too tight to call between River City and Rockland, but South Jersey does have their bow ahead. Conestoga needs to put something on here to get back into this. South Jersey bow person looks over her right shoulder, sees where the line is, trying to smell it. As the crews have about 300 meters to go, buoys change color at that 250 mark. The athletes know that that's the point of no return. That's when you just empty the tank in that last 250. No regrets. And they're into the last 250. River City looks to be pressing, they see it. South Jersey still stubbornly keeping their nose ahead. It's not as if South Jersey's daring anyone to take the lead from them, but they're just stepping up to everything that these other crews throw at them. South Jersey maintaining that slimmest of margin, half a length. Oh, we got a little bit of a digger in Rockland. That slips them back a little bit. So now it's definitively River City's the only one that seemed to challenge South Jersey. And just like that, the fates can be turned. Rockland recovering. Maybe in that recovery, they'll scoot ahead. We'll see. But South Jersey still holds the lead. South Jersey Rowing Club. And here comes Rockland pressing hard. It is South Jersey, River City, and then Rockland. Very close race as those crews held approximately that margin the entire way down the course. Demonstrating her exhaustion, the stroke seat from Rockland takes her feet out, puts it in the water, trying to cool herself down. One heck of a finish. Not sure if I would suggest going for a swim in this water, but it's that immediate refreshment that probably makes her feel better. So your winner of the women's youth double is South Jersey in lane one, River City, South Jersey, your winner, River City second, Rockland three, and taking that last invitational spot for the national championship is Conestoga. Fifth is Baltimore, and Agnes Irwin in sixth. As we switch back to our sweep event coverage, the next event will be the men's youth 4 with Coxon, and they're already off, screaming out of the starting platform. Lane 1 from Jackson Reed High School, lane 2 Montclair, lane 3 hometown crew Mercer Juniors, lane 4 Row, New Jersey, lane 5 St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and lane 6 LaSalle College High School. LaSalle looks to maybe have their nose ahead. Them and St. Joe's being no stranger to one another, rowing on the same body of water. And that's just a quick blurb through the 250 as the crews approach 500 meters, start to find their length, find their base speed. Lane 3 from Mercer Juniors appears to have that distinction of crossing the 500-meter mark first. LaSalle and St. Joe's Prep on the inside lanes 5 and 6 towards the finish line tower and the viewing area, duking it out. Row, New Jersey next to them, feeling that pressure of these two crews raising their stakes and going with them. But Mercer Juniors, definitive leader here. Mercer Juniors in the second 500 have extended their lead and are continuing to press. Mercer Juniors in the lead, open water up on the field. Second place, a little bit too close to call. Jackson Reed High School in lane 1, making a press here in this second 500. As well as Montclair. Both Jackson Reed and Montclair have a lead of 1 seat over Row, New Jersey, who has 3 seats on St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But Mercer continues to press out. Mercer continuing to press in lane 3. They now have a boat length of open water through the halfway mark, setting themselves up impeccably for the second half of the race. Second place seems to be Row, New Jersey by 1 seat over Montclair, by 1 seat over Jackson Reed, who have 4 seats on St. Joe's Prep. In the third 500, Mercer continuing to hold the same lead, maybe pushing a little bit more, not relenting at all. As you can see, a very nice spacing between their puddles. Row, New Jersey, starting to press, has gained a little bit more of that second place lead and are moving slightly on Mercer. Row, New Jersey definitely making a push here. They now have half a boat length lead on third place, which appears to be Montclair. Fourth place being Jackson Reed, who have one seat on St. Joseph's Preparatory School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Mercer Juniors see Row, New Jersey pressing, and they've pressed a little bit further between strokes and have maintained the open water lead. That's something that the rowers have to communicate to the coxswain. Hey, these guys are making up ground on us. We need to take a 5 or a 10 to keep our lead and hold the distance. A 5 or a 10 is in reference to 5 or 10 strokes that the coxswain might call to focus on a certain aspect of their stroke and push away. And that seems to be exactly what Row, New Jersey is doing right now. They have now pushed to a length over Jackson Reed High School, formerly Wilson High School, in lane 1. And the only reason I continue to make reference to Wilson being the former name is Wilson High School won the Scholastic Rowing Championship in the men's eight just a few years ago. So this is a team that's well experienced, that has been on the up. Montclair now finding themselves having to do a little bit of a dance to get back into that medal position. Jackson Reed with one seat on him. And while this whole conversation's happening between second and third, St. Joe's Prep might just be on the outside of it. They're going to need to have one heck of a last 500 to break into it. Your leader continues to be Mercer Juniors, rowing very smartly in their Felipe Hall, remaining open water ahead of Row, New Jersey. Row, New Jersey has eaten into their lead a little bit, but then Mercer's put it back out. But in that fight that Row, New Jersey's putting on, they have definitively taken second place. Jackson Reed and Montclair bow ball to bow ball for this third place medal and qualifying for the national championship. St. Joe's feeling that pressure, knowing they want to get a spot as well, as pushing. As we can see, Mercer Juniors coming to the line. And Montclair has raised the stakes. Montclair has taken third from Jackson Reed, but not to be discredited, here comes the Prep in lane 5. Montclair holding the lead over Jackson Reed and St. Joe's. As we see Mercer cross the line. And the camera, and it's Montclair, then St. Oh boy, that's going to be close. Montclair definitely got third place. Fourth place is either St. Joe's Prep or Jackson Reed. Let's see what the officials say. And it's Jackson Reed High School, fourth place, earning a bid to the national championship. St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, finding themselves just one stroke short on that, 0.3 of a second behind Jackson Reed. Montclair, third place by only 0.8 of a second. But your winners, Mercer Juniors, second place, Row, New Jersey. Third, Montclair. Fourth, Jackson Reed. Fifth, St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And 6, LaSalle. And now we move on to the women's 4 width. Lane 1, hailing from Washington, D.C., Thompson's Boat Center Racing. Lane 2, Marion Mercy Academy B. Lane 3, Mercer Juniors. Lane 4, Blair Academy. Lane 5, Row, New Jersey. Lane 6, Lawrenceville. So the Marion Mercy Academy B entry obviously outperforming their designation by finishing ahead of Marion Mercy A in this grand final. Keep an eye on that crew. And we are through the breakage point. That's the first 150 meters. All crews running hot, straight, and normal, and it's time to play the feud. Lane 1, Thompson's Boat Center, nudging their bow ahead, but lane 4 Blair Academy, definitely your early leader. Lane 4 Blair Academy, early leader of the women's youth 4 width. However, everybody still has overlap. Everyone's well into this. It could be anybody's race. Picturesque day here in West Windsor, New Jersey, as we get a shot of the first 500 meters for the women's youth 4 width. Mary and Mercy B nudging their bow ahead of Mercer, but Blair Academy with about 3 seats on Mary and Mercy, and Row, New Jersey. Don't count out lane 6, Lawrenceville. They're still very much part of this conversation, as well as lane 1, Thompson's Boat Center. And the first 500-meter, folks, is really your opportunity to blast off the line, kind of set a pace, and get an idea of where you are in the race. It's a little bit of a feel out of the other crews. And then once you cross that 500-meter mark, which these boats are now, then you settle into what you need to do. And it looks on that settle, finding the base speed for the middle 1,000 meters of this 2,000-meter race. TBC Racing, Mary and Mercy B, and Blair Academy are your top 3 leaders. And then between Mercer Juniors, Row, New Jersey, and Lawrenceville, they're all very tight as well. But there's a definitive leader battle here versus the 4th place race. Unless one of these trailing crews can find a gear in this middle 1,000 to break into those top 3. But Blair Academy now is finding the strongest gear. Blair Academy, in the last 10 strokes, have really inched out further and now have open water over 2nd place Mary and Mercy B. And it seems as if TBC might have hit a little bit of a lull versus the other boat's speed, because here comes Row, New Jersey, and they have put their bow into 3rd place, but Mercer Juniors are coming on strong as well. Row, New Jersey making it even stronger, and we saw this with their boys' counterpart boy, that boat, that 3rd 500 is where they pressed with that boat as well. And it looks as if Mary and Mercy is responding. Too close to call for 2nd place. 1st place, definitively Blair Academy. Open water on the field through the 1,000-meter mark. Mary and Mercy and Row, New Jersey, bow ball to bow ball for that 2nd and 3rd place spot. Meanwhile, here comes Lawrenceville in the near lane 6, while Mercer Juniors and Thompson's Boat Center are bow ball to bow ball for that 4th place position and final qualifying spot for the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship Regatta. Mary and Mercy has inched a little bit of ahead on Row, New Jersey. Mary and Mercy now 1 seat up on Row, New Jersey, but Blair Academy, not to be trifled with, as they have just gone to the races and found a rhythm and a rating that nobody can seem to match. And they're 1 length of open water on the field, but something's happening here. Mary and Mercy B, the B entry from Mary and Mercy, has now taken 2nd place clearly from Row, New Jersey. Row, New Jersey is looking to respond. They move back a few seats. We're talking 1 seat of difference, and here comes Row, New Jersey. Boats are very close, just a bow deck of difference. As you see from our drone footage, you can see the buoys that mark the actual line of the finish line, and they're both crossing that line at the same time. Folks, Blair Academy so far in the lead of this piece. You can't even see them in the picture as we watch this very interesting race develop for 2nd place, 2nd and 3rd place. But Blair still holding their very strong lead. And back to the drone footage of this great race developing for second and third and into the last 500 meters. It's still too close to call. Oh, watch out, Little Goose. Little Goose just played pole position between all the boats. That has happened before, or a goose might get struck during the race and makes it very interesting. And they're still dead even. Marion Mercy B and Row, New Jersey, bow ball to bow ball for this second and third position. Blair Academy, well in the lead, out of your picture if you're watching on YouTube, which is fine. They're rowing very strongly, holding that lead. Mercer and Thompson's Boat Center just not quite able to get into these crews from Marion Mercy and Row, New Jersey. Very efficient, clean rowing out of this Blair Academy boat. You can see the bodies of the athletes moving in sync. Angle of the blades, pretty sharp together. And Marion Mercy B has taken second place over from, well, maybe not. It's the angle is pretty difficult to tell. This is a great shot that we're getting for this finish line as the crews are into their last 250 meters. And as we continue to stay with this good shot here of the finish line tower, Blair Academy, your winners, and Marion Mercy looks to be oh, nope, I'm sorry. It's Row, New Jersey looks to have taken it from Marion Mercy. Holy Toledo. And so your winner in the women's youth four being Blair Academy from New Jersey, followed by Row, New Jersey, then Marion Mercy Academy B, Row, New Jersey having a heck of a sprint to uh, take those guys on who had a clear lead in the last 250. And Mercer Juniors in fourth, followed by Lawrenceville in fifth, and Thompson's Boat Center in sixth. Our next event, the men's youth quad, already on the course, approaching the 500-meter mark. And we have lane 1, Roman Catholic, lane 2, Nereid, lane 3, White Marsh B, lane 4, White Marsh A, and lane 5, Conestoga, and lane 6, Seton Hall Prep. Let's see if White Marsh can get one of their entries to take home the gold medal in the men's youth quad. And it looks to be lane 4, White Marsh A in the lead. A little bit of steering coming from Conestoga, it would appear. And not quite sure what happened to Seton Hall Prep. Well, maybe. Well, now hold on. I take it back. There is a crew that seems to be trailing pretty far back. They might have had a problem. Not sure. Not sure. It looks as if we're looking at lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Very good racing. Conestoga in lane 5 in their yellow Impacher, making the press. Not sure what happened to Roman Catholic in lane 1, but hopefully everybody's okay. And the two White Marsh entries, second and third, White Marsh A in second, White Marsh B in third, but it's really very, very close. These crews are crossing the buoy line at exactly the same time. Conestoga, White Marsh A, White Marsh B, and just a hair behind is Nereid. And we got ourselves a heck of a race here. 4 boats, all within 1 seat. Coming up to the 1,000, halfway part of the race. And White Marsh B has pushed just a littlest bit of a nose ahead of White Marsh A. Definitely not a normal plan to row 2 even boats at the regional championship, but perhaps White Marsh went with that. Sometimes it can depend on the day. And it looks as if we have the 2 White Marsh entries in first and second. Conestoga. Nope, I take it back. Oh, yep. I'll put that there. I'll put my word on that. Conestoga changing second and third with White Marsh A. White Marsh B going early. White Marsh B going early, trying to upend their counterparts from their own team. But don't count out Nereid. Nereid right there within 4 seats of White Marsh B. Today seems to be the day of B entries as Marion Mercy Academy B was in the final. White Marsh B leading this quad final, not to be upended by White Marsh A, who are right there with them. Woo! Tight race, and Conestoga is now making their point. Conestoga challenging White Marsh B. Conestoga, White Marsh B, Conestoga, Conestoga in the lead. Conestoga, no, White Marsh B in the lead. Holy cow, this is going to have to go to the videotape at the end. White Marsh A is sensing something going on in front of them, and they don't want to be let down. They're going to need to find a push here as the crews enter the last 250 meters. And here we go. Time to light the fires and kick the tires as White Marsh B maintains the smallest of leads. Conestoga challenging them with every other stroke. White Marsh A's got to be careful or they're going to find themselves out of this. White Marsh B still in the lead. Littlest bit over Conestoga. Conestoga now takes the littlest bit over White Marsh B. Conestoga making their stride here. Conestoga making their run for the line. They've kind of broken free here and gone up. And there you are. I can't tell who won. White Marsh looks like White Marsh B won as our camera didn't quite get the finish there. Conestoga or White Marsh A. Conestoga in second place. And then as we go to the third place finisher being White Marsh A, I believe. Yep, there it is. And Nereid in fourth, followed by the entry from Seton Hall Prep. And as we get prepared for the next event, the women's youth quad. What a great race. Probably, geez, I can't remember a time when I saw a B entry win a final, but congratulations to White Marsh. 2 crews in the top 3. And we are off from the starting dock. Lane 1, Germantown Friends. Lane 2, Agnes Irwin. Lane 3, Nereid. Lane 4, Conestoga, lane 5, White Marsh, lane 6, South Jersey, and lane 7, Navesink River Rowing. Crews are through the breakage point. As we have a great overhead shot from our drone footage. Too early to call the leader, as all boats are still in their high strokes off the line. And it looks as if we have the crew from Nereid. Oh, some big gust of wind there. As we see the boat start to angle a little bit differently. And lane 4, Conestoga, might have their nose ahead in the lead. A little bit of steering from all crews, indicating that the wind might have had a puff go through and push the boats around a little as the person responsible for steering makes an adjustment, and you can see that adjustment happening again. But Conestoga does look to be in the lead here. Conestoga with Nereid in the second 500 meters. And Nereid has taken the lead over from Conestoga. Through the 1,000, your leader is Nereid Boat Club over Conestoga High School. Very close, though. And Nereid continues to lead Conestoga through this third 500 meters. As the crews approach the power lines, marking 12:50 to go. Excuse me, 7:50 to go. It's still Nereid, but Conestoga making a press. Conestoga really pressing here. And it looks like Conestoga's press has paid off, and they just slipped their bow ball ahead of Nereid. In this women's youth quad final, we have Conestoga leading Nereid by 1 seat. That lead having been taken in the third 500. As the crews are approaching the gazebo, already halfway through, Rowers know that that gazebo marks the go point. And Nereid has responded to Conestoga. Nereid now just one seat up on Stoga. Clearly, these two crews have pushed themselves out from the leaders, as the leaders, pardon me. And into the last 500 meters we go with Nereid in the lead over Conestoga by 2 seats. Third place, Navesink River Rowing. And fourth place is a hotly contested discussion between, pardon me, third place appears to be White Marsh, my apologies. Navesink River Rowing and Agnes Irwin are in a conversation for that fourth place. Nereid has pushed up to half a length on Conestoga. Can Conestoga make a charge here? As we get a good shot at Nereid, your leader. We'll go to the finish line camera and stay with this shot as Nereid, Conestoga charging, Nereid still in the lead. And even despite Conestoga's charge, Nereid holds off for the win in the women's youth quad, and White Marsh finishes third at fourth place spot. Oh, very tight, very, very tight for that fourth place spot between South Jersey and Agnes Irwin. As we see Germantown friends approach the line. That fourth place position, very important for crews getting invited to the national championship. And it's South Jersey. South Jersey takes fourth. You see the Navesink River Rowing Club cross the line. And now we move on to a sweep event, the straight fours. Nereid women winning the women's youth quad, followed by Conestoga. And these straight fours are sweep boats without a coxswain. So there's no coxswain. Boats are being steered by the stroke or the bow seat, depending on the crew. Lane 1, we have DC Nationals. Lane 2, St. Joseph's Prep B. Lane 3, St. Joseph's Prep A. Lane 4, Mercer Juniors. Lane 5, Montclair. Lane 6, Road, New Jersey. And Lane 7, Malvern Prep. Crews are off through 250. Very tight, too close to call right now, as looks like lane 3 is being steered by the official. Lane 3, St. Joe's Prep, being steered to stay in their lane. They've corrected it. They may be in the lead here. St. Joe's Prep in lane 3. That looks to be their A boat. And coming up to the first 500. Yeah, I would say St. Joe's Prep A in lane 3, holding the lead to that first 500 meter mark. And as we get a great view from our drone, lane 3 Prep in the lead. Second place, looking like it's Mercer Junior Rowing. And third place, Montclair. Montclair in third place with a little bit of lead over DC National. Both St. Joe's Prep and Mercer Juniors rowing in the German Impachers. And Mercer making a push on Prep. Mercer now challenging St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Let's see if they respond. Oh, Mercer just cutting anchor and just motoring up. They look as if they might have taken the lead from Prep. Mercer in the lead in this second 500 meters, crossing the 1,000-meter mark. Now Mercer 1 seat ahead of Prep. Historically, the St. Joseph's Preparatory athletes are pretty resilient. Very strong rowing program there, as well as Mercer. This could develop into quite an interesting race. Mercer still going, as if they're not taking their foot off the gas. And it's Mercer holding the lead in this third 500. Just 2 small seats ahead of Prep. Now it's 3 seats. Mercer leading St. Joe's Prep. Now, again, these boats do not have a coxswain, so you don't have a person steering the boat, nor do you have a designated person making calls, updating the crews of where they are versus the other boats, just like in the sculling events. So it really becomes a function of the crew and how well they're able to sense what's going on and how well they communicate with each other with a bunch of grunts and mumbles. And Mercer continuing to move on the field, inching out away from Prep. And it's not that if Prep has slowed down, they are still open water, clearly over third place. And now Mercer's hunting for that bow ball and maybe getting open water as they prep for the last 500 meters. And in the last 500 meters, folks, is really where crews shift gears and find their absolute quickest speed. The first 500 on average is usually the fastest one, and you'd like to see the last 500 be the second fastest or maybe even the fastest. Let's see what they can do as Mercer Juniors lead this men's U4 final with open water on St. Joe's Prep. And those two boats clearly ahead of third place for Montclair. Montclair looks to have about a length lead on St. Joe's Prep B. Mercer holds their lead into the last 250. They know this part of the course very, very well as they row it every day. And St. Joe's B pressing on Montclair. St. Joe's B and Montclair, top 4 boats get an invite to the national championship. Montclair wants that medal. Montclair pushing back on St. Joe's B. Looks to be a pretty tight one here for that bronze medal. Gold medal clearly is going to go to Mercer as they coming up to the line with open water on St. Joe's Prep. You get a chance from this camera angle here in the finish tower to see the beautiful water here. And it's Prep second, and third place might be the interesting one here as they start to come into the picture. And it looks like, too tight to call between St. Joe's Prep B and Montclair, as well as between DC National and Row New Jersey. And it's St. Joe's Prep B by who? 0.19 seconds over Montclair for that bronze medal, but your winner being Mercer Juniors. St. Joe's Prep A in second, St. Joe's Prep B in third, Montclair fourth, and DC National in fifth. And so in the women's youth straight four, lane one, Conestoga, lane two, Williamsburg, lane three, Mercer B, lane four, Road, New Jersey, lane five, Mercer A, lane six, Walter Johnson, and lane seven, Walter Johnson. So we have two entries from two different schools in this women's youth four final. And it looks as your early leader is Row, New Jersey in lane four. Row, New Jersey, lane four, leading out of the blocks as the crews are rapidly approaching the first 500 meters. Wind starting to pick up here in West Windsor. And you can tell from the American flag that you'll see on our coverage, blowing from the port side to the left to the starboard side of these crews. And Road, New Jersey continues to hold a slight lead on the field as crews are through the first 500-meter mark. Lane two from Williamsburg, making a challenge to Road, New Jersey's lead. And it looks to be lane four, Road, New Jersey, then lane two, Williamsburg, with Mercer B right there. Mercer A in lane five seems to be trailing Mercer B by a seat or two. Very tight race for the lead, though, between Williamsburg, Mercer B, and Road, New Jersey. We already had one B boat win the quad today from White Marsh. To see a second B boat win an event would be epic. Something that I don't think we've ever seen before. Two B boats winning their events respectfully. But they have to get through Row, New Jersey first. Row, New Jersey now with the clear lead over Mercer B. And here comes their teammates in Mercer A pressing on the leader. Now Mercer A in second place. Row, New Jersey still holds the lead though. Mercer A in second, Mercer B in third, and Williamsburg in fourth. But do not count out Walter Johnson in lane six. They do have overlap on Williamsburg. Mercer A pressing the leader, Row, New Jersey. And it looks as if we are bow ball to bow ball in this third 500 meters. Very close race, very tight race between lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Your leader, though, looks to be now lane 5, Mercer Junior A. Lane 4 from Rowe, New Jersey in second, and lane 3 just as close as Mercer Junior B. But now they've pressed back. Mercer Junior B has slipped a little. Mercer A still holding the lead by 1 seat over Rowe, New Jersey. And here comes Williamsburg. Williamsburg starting to press, starting to push Mercer B, but Mercer B still holding third place on him. Walter Johnson High School is very closely in lane 6, moving on Williamsburg. But in the last 15 seconds, Mercer A has pushed out to a 3-seat lead on Rowe, New Jersey. Rowe, New Jersey trying to muster something up, see if they can regain the lead as the crews are into the last 500 meters. We were at a track meet. The bell was being rung for the final lap, the final 500 meters. Ding, 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 ding. Mercer looks to hold their lead in this women's youth 4, straight 4 without a coxswain. And they are. Mercer continues to hold this lead with 300 meters to go. Rowe, New Jersey throwing everything they can at him, but Mercer taking it in stride, maintaining the same margin. But watch out here in lane 6. Walter Reed seems to be pushing pretty hard. Pardon me, that's lane 7, Walter Reed, pushing pretty hard and have moved themselves into third place and might even be challenging Rowe, New Jersey for second. Walter Reed in lane 7, the outside lane, coming in challenging for second place. I don't think Mercer B sees him. I don't think Williamsburg sees him, but maybe they do now. We have a very tight race here. Mercer A still holding the lead, but Rowe, New Jersey has overlap. And Williamsburg and Walter Reed, Walter Johnson are pushing on Rowe, New Jersey. This one's going to have to go to the finish line camera to determine if it stays this close. Mercer definitively still hold the lead, Mercer A. And it looks as if the top 4 here are Mercer. Oh, here comes Walter Johnson again. Walter Johnson making a big push. And it's Mercer in the lead. Oh, boy, this is tight. Walter Johnson might be in second. Walter Johnson, yes, definitively. Walter Johnson taking second, almost snipping Mercer. Rowe, New Jersey third, and Williamsburg fourth, with Mercer B fifth. Woo! Walter Johnson High School put on a lesson in the last 500 meters to just really push in. And that race had been 10 more meters long, they might have snipped Mercer, but they didn't. Mercer are your winners. DC National crosses the line. There you get, excuse me, 1.4 seconds between Mercer and Walter Johnson. Rowe, New Jersey, third. William and Mercer fifth place. Congratulations to all the athletes in this event. And we move on to the men's Youth 8, the second varsity, will be our next event. And we'll pick up coverage back with them shortly. And we're picking up the men's youth second varsity 8 final. Crews are through 500 meters. Lane 1, St. Joe's Prep B. Lane 2, Lawrenceville. Lane 3, Mercer Juniors. Lane 4, Prep A. Lane 5, Mercer B. Lane 6, DC National. And Lane 7, Jackson Reed High School. Your early leader appears to be Lane 4, St. Joseph's Preparatory School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. St. Joe's rowing a little bit of a lower rating than everybody else, taking very big strokes, very efficient, and they put their bow ball ahead by a full length. St. Joe's Prep leading by a length in this second 500 meters, as Mercer running second to Prep, but Prep has cleared open water on Mercer. And St. Joe's Prep practically daring anybody to approach them as they're through the 1,000 with an open water lead heading into the third 500. And this is really an event that St. Joe's Prep starts to show their dominance on. They have historically been very, very good in the 8s, as well as Mercer, but Prep over the last 20 years or so has really put themselves out there as right now in the second varsity 8 event. And this is an event now that is at the Youth National Championships. So the top 4 finishers of this race will get an invite to that Youth National Championship. So even though you see the leader extending their lead out, the real race is who can continue to train for another 3 weeks and utilize that invite to Sarasota, Florida for the USRowing Youth National Championships. So as we come out of the third 500, St. Joe's Prep, still your leader. Second place belonging to Mercer, Mercer A, that is. But Mercer B is making their own case. Mercer B pressing on Mercer A. And Lawrenceville digging in as well. But your first place is very clearly St. Joe's Preparatory School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Second place is Mercer A with just 1 seat over Mercer B. Mercer B with 1 seat over Lawrenceville. And Lawrenceville having 1 full boat length on DC National. Mercer B starting to press a little bit further ahead of Lawrenceville, and Mercer A also extending their lead on Mercer B. St. Joe's Prep is clearly going to take this race as they've extended their lead to 3 lengths of open water, but Mercer is pushing out on Mercer B. And it looks as if Lawrenceville has taken the slightest lead from Mercer B. So Lawrenceville and Mercer B fighting it out for that bronze medal. First entry from Mercer, clearly extending their second place lead to a boat length lead. But this race for third and fourth will be very interesting, as we see St. Joe's Prep crossing the line now. Congratulations. Mercer A, and Mercer B has taken over third place. So Mercer A, followed by Mercer B, and then, whoa, DC National slips in there ahead of Lawrenceville. So DC National slipped in to get that 4th place and invitation to the national championship. Stroke Seat showing his enthusiasm of that DC National boat. Congratulations to them. St. Joe's Prep takes the race, though, with 6:17. Mercer A, 6:30. Mercer B, 6:33. DC National, 6:35, and Lawrenceville, 6:35. St. Joe's Prep B, 6:43. And we move on to the women's second varsity 8. Crews are locked on as we have a few couple minutes before the start. Lane 1 is Morristown High School. Lane 2, Jackson Reed High School. Lane 3, Mount St. Joe's Academy B. Lane 4, White Marsh. Lane 5, Mount St. Joseph Academy A. Lane 6, DC National. And Lane 7, Radnor High School. So we have a couple of clubs, White Marsh and DC National, against a few scholastic teams, Morristown, Jackson Reed, Mount St. Joe's, and Radnor. This event was added to the U.S. Rowing National Championship 2 years ago, which is a wonderful thing. Gets more people out there racing, more people competing. Top 4 finishers of each regional championship do get the invitation to the national championship in 3 weeks. Crews still have a few minutes to the start. We'll pick coverage back up once we get indication from the starting line that the crews are being pulled. And so we have a start in the women's second varsity youth 8. Crews screaming off the starting platform. Ratings of 44, 42, 45. Woo! Burning a little bit of extra energy there, coming off the blocks. Mount St. Joseph's usually has a very strong entry in this event, evident by 2 boats from their school. They like to be referred to as the Mount. Let's see what the Mount can do here today. You can tell they're boats because they have the very stark yellow blades. Very easy to tell from a distance. And as the crews are coming out of their high strokes, 250 meters down, still too early to tell who quite has the lead. Very tight, very, very, very tight. These crews look like bricks on a wall, just packed in one on top of another. Can't tell where one stops and one begins. And this is what boat racing is all about. Woo! Coming up to 500 meters. You can see the difference in the water, signifying that there's a blow of wind that's going to have an effect on some of the boats. Some coxswains will take a 10 as they enter into that puff of wind to charge at it, because it will affect other boats as well. Still, we should be playing Pink Floyd because these are just bricks in a wall. Can't tell where one ends and one begins. This is a great race. And through 700 and through the 500, approaching 750, it looks as if we're starting to get some separation. White Marsh and the two Mount St. Joe's entries are pushing a little bit further ahead of the outside lanes. Mount St. Joe's looking at it as if it were just another day of practice. Banging heads here, first boat and second boat. White Marsh kind of stuck in between this action. Meanwhile, Jackson Reed High School trying to get invited to the party. Jackson Reed in lane 2 with the smidgest bit of overlap on Mount St. Joseph A in lane 5. Mount St. Joe's B in lane 3 leading this race. So crews are supposed to be indicated by A and B by speed, which could mean that they have a very deep team, and depending on the day, the B boat might beat the A boat, or it's just one of those things that the A boat is maybe not performing as well as the B boat, or the B boat stepping up. Either way, Mount St. Joe's B leading Mount St. Joe's A, while White Marsh has taken the lead from Mount St. Joe's B. White Marsh has said, nope, we will not go quietly into the night. We are here to stay, and we're going to mark this course with authority by taking the lead of this women's second varsity 8. White Marsh definitively in the lead. Mount St. Joe's B second, Mount St. Joe's A third. Jackson Reed creeping up in lane 2 on Mount St. Joe's A as the crews approach 1250. And they are through the 1,250 meter mark. Mount St. Joe's B charging after White Marsh. White Marsh with just a bow deck of a lead over Mount St. Joe's B. Mount St. Joe's A beginning a press here in lane 5, starting to inch back into the 2 leaders. White Marsh responds and takes a seat from Mount St. Joe's B. And White Marsh is your leader by 2 seats now over Mount St. Joe's B, who have a length on Mount St. Joe's A. Crews are quickly approaching the last 500 meters. As signified by the gazebo here on the course. And Mount St. Joe's B has raised their rate through the last 500 and are mounting a charge against White Marsh. White Marsh fending that charge very well. And they may be counterattacking. White Marsh is countering Mount St. Joe's B and taking seats of their own. And White Marsh putting a little bit more layback into it. Fling and open their backs. Has now half a length of a lead, the biggest lead they've had of the race, over Mount St. Joe's B, who are walking away from Mount St. Joe's A. As the crews approach 250 meters to go, the last eighth of the race, everybody digs in deep, lifts up their rate a little bit, and challenges to see how high they can push it to get their boat ahead. It is still very close between White Marsh and Mount St. Joe's B, but White Marsh has the lead. White Marsh by 3 seats. Now 4 seats on Mount St. Joe's B. 4 seats, White Marsh on Mount St. Joe's. White Marsh just hanging on to that lead, not quite putting a nail in the coffin, giving a little bit of room to Mount St. Joe's. Will Mount St. Joe's take up on it? I'm not sure if they have the room here. And White Marsh coming into the last 50 meters of the race, maintaining their lead. White Marsh will win this race. Mount St. Joe's B over Mount St. Joe's A, but it's White Marsh by 8 seats. Mount St. Joe's B by 1 length over Mount St. Joe's A. And then Jackson Reed coming in 4th place, earning their invitation to the US Rowing National Championships. DC National crossing now. And we have Morristown High School crossing the line now. And Radnor High School approaching the line and wrapping up this final for the women's second varsity 8. White Marsh, Mount St. Joe's B, Mount St. Joe's A, and Jackson Reed earning their ticket, punching their ticket to the national championship. DC National in 5th, Morristown High School in 6th, and Radnor High School in 7th. And we move to the men's 8, the men's youth 8. This is the top 8 of these programs. Crews are all locked on. For this men's youth 8 final, lane 1, Lawrenceville, lane 2, LaSalle, lane 3, DC National, lane 4, St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, lane 5, Mercer Juniors, lane 6, St. Andrew School, and lane 7, Annapolis Juniors. Two minutes to the start of this race. St. Joe's Prep winning the second varsity event. Mercer coming in second. Both crews have entries or have qualifiers for this final of the men's youth 8. Only 10 entries in this event. So this being the top 7 of those 10 determined through a time trial, which earned them their lanes. The first ranked crew being from the center out, and we have a start. Boats are off, look to be pretty clean. And they're through the breakage point. All crews are running hot, straight, and normal. And it looks as if St. Joe's Prep in the middle are screeching for that 500-meter mark. St. Joe's at a 38.40 on their rating. Now shifting down to a 37. Whereas lane 7, Annapolis Juniors catching a little flyer here at a 39. Annapolis Juniors really going high and hard in this first 500, keeping their boat on the pace. Too close to call who your leaders are right now. All crews have overlap. All depends on which stroke is being made, as we see a very level field crossing the 500-meter mark. Crews are into the second 500. And lane 3 from DC National appears to be pushing out and having the lead. Lane 3 from DC National with the lead. Lane 4, St. Joe's Prep, or lane 1, Lawrenceville, are in second place. But here comes DC National leading this. Oh, Prep now pulling up. St. Joe's Prep with their bow ball just slipped ahead of DC National. And your leader coming into the 1,000, St. Joe's Prep, by 2 seats over DC National, who have 3 seats on Mercer Juniors. Mercer Juniors still have their bow ball on the Prep coxswain. As the crews are through the halfway mark, the chevrons beginning to develop with the leaders in the middle. Lane 4, St. Joe's Prep, leading by a mere 2 seats over DC National, who have 4 seats on Mercer Juniors. Not to be discredited, though, LaSalle High School right there, trying to draw even with Mercer Juniors for that 3rd place position. Lawrenceville within a seat of them. St. Andrew's School within a seat of Lawrenceville. But Prep continued to lead the race. Through this third 500 meters, St. Joe's has shown a little bit more diligence, a little bit more rhythm, a little bit more speed, and are now leading the piece by half a boat length over DC National. But here comes Mercer. Mercer beginning to push on DC National and may be taking second place from the crew from Washington, D.C. But it's Prep who have pressed out to have a length lead on DC National, who has 1 seat on Mercer. LaSalle High School is now pulled level with Mercer, starting to move on their own. St. Joe's Prep slipping back a little bit. DC National starting to take seats from Prep. DC National has their bow ball on Prep stroke seat. LaSalle has their bow ball on DC National's 6 seat. And Mercer is level with LaSalle. Prep has now raised their rating at a 41. St. Joe's Prep coming into the last 250 meters. Definitely don't want this to go away. DC National at a stroke rating of 38. Prep definitely lifting their game early. And DC National are charging. Mercer and LaSalle going to duke it out for this 3rd place finish. And here comes St. Joe's Prep to the line, now at a 44, really scraping it out. And Mercer looks like they're in the head of LaSalle Mercer challenging DC National just behind them, ahead of LaSalle. DC National second, LaSalle fourth. So your winner, St. Joe's Prep, followed by DC National, then Mercer Juniors, and LaSalle High School in fourth, earning a bid to the national championship. Well rowed by all crews. Lawrenceville finishing fifth. And St. Andrew's School in sixth, followed up by Annapolis Juniors. Our next event will be the Women's Youth 8 Final here at the Mid-Atlantic Youth Championships. Those crews are pulling into the starting platform now. And with about 4 minutes to the race start, we're going to take a short break and be right back with coverage of the Women's Youth 8. And we're back here from beautiful West Windsor, New Jersey for the 2023 US Rowing Mid-Atlantic Youth Rowing Championships, awaiting the start of the Women's Youth 8. Lane 1 will be from Radnor High School, Lane 2, DC National, Lane 3, Mount St. Joseph, Lane 4, White Marsh, Lane 5, Jackson Reed High School, Lane 6, Moorestown High School, and Lane 7, Annapolis Juniors. And we have a start. Crews are off just about 1 minute early, which is fine. US Rowing showing the professionalism of good officiating and making sure they are a Swiss watch with the timing of these starts. The day definitely makes it easy as we have very calm conditions, some puffs of wind, but a beautiful day here on Mercer Lake. And Mount St. Joe's takes the quick early lead, challenged by Lane 6, Moorestown. Crews not yet to the halfway mark of this first 500. Just right now in their high strokes, jockeying for position. Coxswain's giving them a quick update between counting strokes, letting them know where they are on the field. And Mount St. Joe's Coxswain right now is letting her crew know that they are in the lead. However, Moorestown running a tight second, very close with White Marsh as well as DC National. Mount St. Joe's coxswain Lindsay Edick urging her crew on through the first 500. Longtime coach Harry Carroll probably nervously pacing around as his crew leads this final of the women's Youth 8. White Marsh now pressing on Mount St. Joe's lead. Mount St. Joe's having only 3 seats on White Marsh. White Marsh using the second 500 to work their way up to Mount St. Joe's. Coach Joe Sullivan's crew, no stranger to racing Mount St. Joe's. But we can't count out Moorestown out in lane 6. They are still keeping their bow in this, as well as DC National in lane 2. DC National coxswain Charlotte Kaufman urging her crew to take a move with White Marsh to eat into Mount St. Joe's lead, because White Marsh now has pulled up level with Mount St. Joe's. White Marsh level with Mount St. Joe's as the crews approach the halfway mark, the 1,000-meter mark on the course. And Moorestown, very hotly contested in third. DC National making a push just before the 1,000. Might have a seat on Moorestown now, but it's still, oh, here we go. White Marsh taking a lift at the 1,000. White Marsh having succumbed the lead from Mount St. Joe's. White Marsh, your leader of this women's Youth 8. Mount St. Joe's will not go quietly into the night. They're going to fight back here, but watch out for DC National, who are having a strider of their own, moved definitively into third place and now are trying to challenge Mount St. Joe's for that second place position. But White Marsh is your clear leader in this third 500 meters. White Marsh continues to hold a 2-seat lead on Mount St. Joe's. Mount St. Joe's with a 2-seat lead on DC National, who have about 6 seats on Moorestown. White Marsh tapping it along at 36 strokes a minute, while Mount St. Joe's at 36 as well. Same stroke rating for first and second place, only separated by 1 seat. And DC National also 1 seat back. DC National raising their rating, trying to get back into this at a 37. But here comes Moorestown challenging DC National for that third spot. White Marsh has now pushed their lead to 6 seats up on Mount St. Joe's as they enter the last 500 meters. Last 500 meters for this women's Youth 8 final. White Marsh Rowing clearly in the lead as Coxon calls over to the Mount St. Joe's 2 seat, but here comes Mount St. Joe's starting to push back. White Marsh Coxon, Talia Frisch, trying to keep her crew in the lead here. But Mount St. Joe's are coming. DC Nationals not quite able to push through Mount St. Joe's, as Mount St. Joe's are mounting a charge. White Rock is mustering a response. White Marsh still has the lead. As crews are into the last 250, White Marsh leading this women's youth 8. Mount St. Joe's second. White Marsh has now started their sprinting sequence as their coxswain looks over to bow seat of the Mount St. Joe's crew. Mount St. Joe's coxswain is on 2 seat of DC National, but DC National might be being challenged slightly by Moorestown. All crews are now deeply invested in their sprinting sequence, building up their rating for the line, making sure they empty the tanks. And it looks like it will be White Marsh who win this women's 8, but here comes Moorestown in the near lane. White Marsh now, Mount St. Joe's now, and Moorestown looks like they might have snuck their bow in over DC National. We'll have to wait for the official result there. Both crews would qualify for the Youth National Championship, but just in the last 3 strokes, Moorestown putting on a clinic of a sprint, and they did not. It was DC National by less than 1.2 tenths of a second over Moorestown. Well rowed by all crews. Jackson Reed finishing 5th, followed by the Annapolis Junior Rowing Club. And now we're on to the men's U15 quad width. This is a fairly new event for US Rowing, and it looks like we've had 1 boat stop rowing, 2 boats stop rowing as the referee brings out the red flag. Looks like that was San Miguel Academy that stopped first. And you can see from the drone footage, they are still in the breakage point. So they will restart this race and probably move on to the next event, which is the men's U16 quad width. As the U15 quads are clearing the course, we'll have a short break in the action while we await for the U16 quads to come on, or perhaps they'll just restart this race. No, it would appear they're pulling them off the course. Now, these are the youngest competitors here at the regatta today. Oh, maybe they're heading back to the starting blocks. It looks like they are taking the U15s back to the starting blocks. Might feel they have enough time to get this start off. And as you're watching on our US Rowing YouTube station, you can see that the color of the buoys changes, and that's at approximately 150 meters. And that is what's referred to as the breakage zone. So if anything breaks in the boat, maybe the coxswain steering doesn't work, maybe an oar lock pops open, maybe an oar breaks, maybe the athlete's seat will jump off the tracks. If it happens within that first 150 meters, the referee will make a determination to restart the race. If it happens after that 150 meters, it doesn't matter. The race will still go on. The crew that did stop first, that has breakage, will be issued a warning. And if it happens to that crew again, they will be asked to vacate the race course, which you never like to see. But the same thing would happen if somebody jumps the start, as in starts racing early. That was not the case here, as we saw the crew from San Miguel stop rowing approximately at 70 meters. Doesn't appear to be a major issue as they've locked back onto the stake boat. And we're awaiting lane 2, Bergen County, to spin their boat in the correct direction and back it on to the stake boat. Two of the four entries in this event are locked on, ready to go. Bergen County being from northern New Jersey. San Miguel Academy having two entries in this event. As we're able to get a quick glimpse of some of our furry friends joining us here at the finish line tower. Bergen County still manipulating their boat to be locked on. As we have all boats locked in. And it San Miguel Academy having two entries in this event. San Miguel Academy Cruise mantra, row, grow, and know. Definitely feels like they're growing pretty quickly with two entries in this U15 quad. San Miguel in Newburgh, New York, supported by the A Most Beautiful Thing, R. Shea Cooper Foundation. Fairly new rowing program. Boats appear to be locked in. And they are off. Again, these are the youngest competitors that we have here at the regatta today. All these athletes are under 15 years old, having not be the criteria being they cannot turn 15 in this calendar year. So these could be 13, 12-year-olds in these boats, possibly. There's no rule against it. But the oldest is 14 years old. So in most cases, middle school athletes. And we got some action in the steering. Seems to have straightened themselves out. White marsh entry. Kind of feeling out each side of the lane, seeing where they want to be, and they found their groove. White marsh are early leader. San Miguel A, San Miguel B, and Bergen County, all pretty level. San Miguel B, a little bit of steering. Yes, still steering. And White Marsh kind of wants to show their steering ability well as well, putting their boat in the middle of the lane, leading this race. As a former coach, it's always interesting to have young people who don't have a driver's license yet steer these boats, which are as expensive as cars. Sometimes it can make your hair stand up, but eventually they all get the hang of it and they are turned into expert steersmen here, the coxswains. And we have White Marsh in the lead by approximately a length over San Miguel B, the second entry from San Miguel Academy. Nice wide shot of Mercer Lake. Couldn't have asked for better conditions. And White Marsh has extended their lead a little bit to now a length of open water on San Miguel A, trailed closely by San Miguel B and Bergen County. This event, somewhat the brainchild of US Rowing Youth Rowing Director Chris Chase, in an effort to get younger people rowing earlier. As most cases, rowing isn't offered until athletes get to high school, compared to soccer, basketball, football, all other sports when athletes can start playing at the age of 4. Coach Chase wanted to see the expansion of rowing events, and it served US Rowing very well as more younger people are getting on the water, creating more opportunities in our sport. And here we are with White Marsh leading this men's U15 quad width final. This has a coxswain in the boat to help the rowers steer. It's definitely a heavier load than what you would have with a straight boat. But under the guise of safety and making sure things are on the up and up, having a coxswain there helps a lot. White Marsh clearly moving out. San Miguel Academy from Newburgh, New York, running second and third, and Bergen County from New Jersey in fourth. We get an overhead view of the White Marsh crew. Like they have some tall drinks of water in that boat. Based on the results of this race, these boys look like they have a pretty good future in the sport. Coach Joe Sullivan investing early and getting younger people out on the water. And here's the San Miguel Academy. Their A entry. And all 4 of these boats should gain an invite to the National Championship Regatta, where this event is one of the newest events for US Rowing. They'll get a chance to test their mettle against crews from across the country. White Marsh continuing to extend their lead into the last 250 meters. Just a puff of crosswind here. As we get a great overhead shot of San Miguel, but back to White Marsh in their Vespoli Hall. Approaching the finish line, White Marsh, congratulations on their win in the men's U15 quad width. Well rowed as they paddle through the line. And your second place finisher, San Miguel Academy, A, crossing the line now. Third place being San Miguel B. And wrapping up this men's U15 quad with coxswain final is Bergen County. Well rowed to all crews and all rowers. As we move on to the next event, already started. This is a 3-boat final for the men's U16 quad width. A little bit older. Lane 3, White Marsh Boat Club. Lane 4, South Jersey. And lane 5, Accra. Accra standing for the Advanced Community Rowing Association Incorporated. Out of Nyack, New York. South Jersey taking the early lead here. White Marsh just one seat behind him. White Marsh hailing from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, rowing on the Upper Schuylkill. South Jersey from Pennsauken, New Jersey, home base on the Cooper River. So we have Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York in this race. And right now, New Jersey, South Jersey, 2 seats up on White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. This is the U16 men's quad width final. All these athletes cannot turn 16 in this calendar year, but they can be as young as they need. Only 3 entries in this event. And South Jersey, White Marsh taking the lead, trying to find their speed with them. Hatches are very sharp in this boat. As South Jersey pushes a little bit further ahead of White Marsh Boat Club. 1 length of a lead to South Jersey as they're coming up to the halfway mark, the 1,000 meters. White Marsh now making a challenge to South Jersey, maybe eating into their lead a little bit. Both crews well ahead of Accra. Accra trying to get back into this thing. But it's your leader from South Jersey fending off a charge from White Marsh. And South Jersey still maintaining the lead. Pushing out for a smidge of open water on White Marsh. White Marsh with a smidge of open water on Accra. South Jersey coxswain Ella Pasqua urging her crew on for more. Stroked by Gabriel Rubin, 3-seat Colin McHugh, Elliot Tennant in 2, and Dylan Falk in the bow seat. Meanwhile, in the White Marsh boat, coxswain Finn and Levine urging on. Finn Davis Booth, Marshall Zafrula, Nicholas Zafrula, and Grant Goldfein. But South Jersey has pushed out to an open water lead on White Marsh. White Marsh also having open water on ACRA, Advanced Community Rowing Association. As the crews are entering into this last 500 meters, more of the same from South Jersey, showing a nice rhythm here, keeping themselves composed, completing each of their strokes, as evident by their lead in this race, rowing in their Vespoli hole. And White Marsh trying to press back into South Jersey, but I just don't think they're going to have enough course to do it, as South Jersey is entering into the last 250 meters of this 2,000-meter race. And here is White Marsh with Marshall and Nicholas, two brothers, in the middle of the boat. One of the more unique boat names in for their whole Field of Dreams, in reference to the Kevin Costner movie. And we get a wide angle shot of the finish as South Jersey leads the parade, coming into the last 150 meters, trailed by White Marsh. South Jersey getting down the course in first place, followed by White Marsh in second, and Accra, Advanced Community Rowing Association, coming on. And so South Jersey winning that event with 7:37 on the time, White Marsh Boat Club 7:49, and Accra 8:09. Here we go with the women's U16 quad. This is a two-boat race, a dual race between White Marsh and South Jersey. White Marsh from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, rowing on the Schuylkill, and South Jersey rowing on the Cooper River in Pennsauken, New Jersey. And South Jersey taking a quick lead. South Jersey with a pink thunderbolt on their blade, matching their pink collars. White Marsh with the green blades. And South Jersey jumps out to the quick lead here with one boat length as they come through 500 meters. South Jersey leading this by one boat length through the 500-meter mark. White Marsh tries to put together a challenge, but South Jersey is in a dominating position, being able to see their competitors. South Jersey extends their lead to a little bit more than a boat length of open water on White Marsh as the crews are through 500 meters. In the second 500 meters of this 2,000-meter race, you're watching the 2023 US Rowing Mid-Atlantic Rowing Championships. We are through 50% of our program today. This is the 19th event of the morning. And is the women's youth under 16 quad width final. Just two boats in this event. South Jersey on the camera now. And having a definitive lead. White Marsh to their port side. If you're just tuning in now, you're catching the 2023 US Rowing Mid-Atlantic Regional Championships. We are just about halfway through the program with 27 more events to go. This is the women's U16 quad with South Jersey leading White Marsh Boat Club. Making their way into the final 500 meters. South Jersey still continues to hold the lead, taking the lead early in the piece. Really haven't looked back from that time. Another overhead shot of South Jersey, taking it into the final quarter of this race. Leading White Marsh Boat Club. South Jersey starting to ramp it up for their final segment of the piece. And we have a little bit of gust of wind as South Jersey's coming out of that wind into a little bit of a flatter race course. As they pass the gazebo in beautiful West Windsor, New Jersey. As the sun's starting to make a peek out around the clouds. South Jersey continues to hold their margin. South Jersey coxswain Olivia Belache looking to her right, seeing where the marker is, letting her crew know they're in the last 250. While White Marsh coxswain Mira Aletti letting her crew know that they're entering into the last 250 as well, urging them on to finish strong. Stroke seat Joni DiCecco of South Jersey, 3-seat Isaki Reddy, 2-seat Courtney Robinson and Val Riley Retch coming into their last 20 meters of this women's U16 quad width final. Not letting them back off. Coxswain Olivia Belache urging them on through the line, and there they are through the line. South Jersey winning the women's U16 quad with coxswain final here at the 2023 US Rowing Mid-Atlantic Regional Rowing Championships. And approaching the line here in their Vespoli is White Marsh Boat Club. White Marsh crossing the line now, wrapping up this final for the women's U16 quad width. As we turn our attention back to the starting line for the men's U16 Youth 8. Lane 1, Wilmington Youth Rowing. Lane 2, Moorestown High School. Lane 3, St. Peter's Prep School. Lane 4, Mercer Juniors. Lane 5, St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And Lane 6, DC National Boat Club. Crews are off. They're through the breakage point, running hot, straight, and normal. Everybody's in their high strokes, jockeying about, so you can get a few couple seats off the start before they shift to their base pace. And it would appear lane 3, St. Peter's Prep and St. Joseph's Prep might be your early leaders out of the starting blocks. St. Joe's Prep is really strode out and now has a definitive lead by a couple of seats. This is a straight final. These 6 boats competing here. St. Joe's Prep coxswain Keegan Grimes looks to his left. He sees the Mercer crew right next to him coming on. But 2 lanes over from there is St. Peter's Prep, who are the closest to St. Joe's as they cross the 500-meter mark. St. Joe's and St. Peter's, bow ball to bow ball. St. Peter's coxswain Connor Naughton urging on stroke seat Zane Fritz to find a little bit more length. Stay with the Prep. As Prep stroke seat Aiden Walker listens to coxswain Keegan Grimes urge them a beat or more higher to see if they can break free of St. Peter's Prep. And we have a big puff of wind coming in right here at the just before the 1,000-meter mark. If you're watching on the drone footage, you can see the water change color, and you can see it here as well. That's going to potentially create a bobble in the boats. Whichever crew is more versed in handling that bobble might be able to make up a few seats on the others. And it looks like there it is, St. Peter's Prep leading by a bow ball over St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But do not count out Mercer Juniors. Mercer Juniors half a length behind these two leaders. And St. Joe's coxswain urging them to get a little bit more. Keegan Grimes, yes, he has pushed St. Joe's into the lead as they cross the 1,000-meter mark now. St. Peter's Prep better have an answer. If they don't, Mercer is going to gobble them up as they're charging hard to move with St. Joe's Prep. And yes, Mercer has pulled even with St. Peter's. St. Joe's Prep from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, half a length up on Mercer Juniors on their home water. And we have St. Peter's Prep, who was an early leader, now slipped back to third place. Keegan Grimes, St. Joe's coxswain, looks to his left and right, trying to keep an eye on these other crews, see who might mount a challenge. It looks like that challenge, if anywhere, will be coming from Mercer as they've definitively moved into second place. Mercer knows this water, it's their home course. And this U16 final is working out to be an exciting one as Mercer is now beginning to reel in Prep. Prep rowing 2 beats higher than Mercer. Mercer a little bit lower. As the crews are halfway through the third 500 meters, your leader, St. Joseph's Preparatory School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Second place, running hot here is Mercer. And what I mean by running hot is they are moving on St. Joe's Prep. Mercer taking half a seat a stroke, moving steadily in this U16-8, pulling away from St. Peter's. St. Joe's looks to oh my goodness, Mercer Juniors have taken the lead from St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Mercer, your hometown heroes, in the lead now of this U16-8. St. Joe's realizes now something's happened, and they throw a 5 at it to see if they can gain the lead back, and it looks like they have. St. Joe's Prep back in the lead by 1 bow ball over Mercer Juniors. Crews are into the last 500 meters. Mercer responds. St. Joe's Prep with a little bit of a longer bow, their boat being made Hudson over the E-Hole Vespoli that has a shorter bow. So the coxswains may or may not know that. So if they look over and see that they're even, the bows might be a little bit ahead to the advantage of St. Joe's, but Mercer's not leaving any chance to it as they take a 2-seat lead on St. Joseph's Prep, entering into the last 250. Woo! Here we go. As you raise your rate, lift up the pace, see who can get to that line. And it's Mercer who takes the first stab. Mercer takes a shot, and they now have a 3-seat lead on St. Joe's Prep. St. Joe's dominating the middle 1,000. Mercer saying not today as they come on strong in the last 600 meters and now have a 3-seat, 4-seat lead going into the last 150 meters, maybe 20 strokes of this piece. Both St. Joe's Prep and Mercer have pushed back St. Peter's Prep. And here come your leaders, Mercer Juniors, as they are now approaching the last 10 strokes of the piece. They have pushed out to a full boat length on St. Joe's Prep. Well done, well executed race plan. Mercer, your winners in the men's U16 8, St. Joe's Prep second, back about 8 seats, and then third place being earned by St. Peter's Prep as they are crossing the line now. And that coveted fourth place spot to get the invite looks like it's going to go to Wilmington Youth. Oh, pardon me. That would be Moorestown earning that fourth place spot. DC National coming in fifth, and Wilmington Youth coming in sixth. Well rowed to all competitors. Fantastic race from Mercer and St. Joe's Prep. These crews will see each other again at the US Rowing Youth National Championships. And that'll do it for your men's U16 Youth 8 with coxswain. Next event will be the women's U16 8 with coxswain. This only has 5 entries in it. Lane 2 being Lawrenceville, lane 3, Whitemarsh, lane 4, Moorestown, lane 5, DC National, and lane 6, Mercer Juniors. As the referees are polling the crews, making sure they're all prepared to start. A little bit of a high pressure system has come through and creating some wind, which might be hindering the crews being pointed. And it looks as if we are off. Yes, we are. This is the start of the women's U16 Youth 8 Grand Final. Crews make their way from the starting blocks. All boats are through the breakage area. And it appears we are all running hot, straight, and normal. Let's see how this works out. Well, the early leader from Moorestown High School taking command of this piece very quickly. Caught a very good starting sequence. Got out of the blocks quick and are right smack dab in the lead of this race. Your leader, Moorestown High School. Through just about halfway in the first 500. Second place looks to be Whitemarsh. Third place, DC National. And those fourth place, too close to call between Lawrenceville and Mercer. But that's how it breaks down for this first 500 meters. Like I said earlier, this high pressure system is creating a little bit of wind. As you can see from our drone footage, it's a crosswind coming in from the port side. That's the coxswain's left side. The rowers' right side, as rowers are sitting backwards. So we'll be blowing the boats towards the finish line tower and shoreline. Coxswains do have to adjust for that, which they are, and you can see that on our drone footage as you see the boats angling into the wind a little bit. A sailing friend of mine refers to it as tacking, as the boats are tacking into the wind to make sure they're keeping their lines. Oh, and looks like we had a little bit of a crab in the Whitemarsh boat, but they seem to recover pretty well. Moorestown still in the lead. Whitemarsh in second. And definitely that crab didn't stop their momentum. That was odd. They're definitely picking it back up and have worked into Moorestown High School a little bit. Your leader Through the second 500 meters remains to be Moorestown High School. Moorestown taking it in stride, making their push here, making sure they're taking on that second half of the rate with full vigor as they now have cleared open water on White Marsh. The last 30 strokes, Moorestown has really poured it on and begun to separate themselves from the field in this women's U16 Cox 8 final. Oh, whoa, big digger there. Nobody caught a crab, but maybe more of a lobster by Moorestown when definitely playing some havoc on these crews. Definitely, and that let White Marsh work their way back into Moorestown slightly with their bow ball just on the stern deck. Moorestown has recovered their coxswain, keeping her cool. It's called a 15 to get them back on pace and sharp. Moorestown being coxed by Bridget Leggett has now pushed her crew to just beyond the bow ball of White Marsh. White Marsh bow seat, Camilla Crandall looks over to her left to see the Moorestown crew. These crews have separated themselves from the remainder of the field. And Moorestown seems to be moving a little further. As the wind is blowing a little bit more here for these late morning finals, which is why a lot of the events that do have coverage at the Youth National Championship are first in the smaller boats. Water tends to be calmer in the morning, as well as the late afternoon into the evening hours. Middle of the day, if there's any bumpiness to the water, tends to happen then. We get a good shot of White Marsh running in second place. Moorestown now having cleared the White Marsh bow deck. Crews are entering into the third 500. Very rapidly screaming for that last 500-meter mark. Moorestown High School, your leader of this women's U16 8 final. Now into that last 500 meters. Moorestown continuing to hold their lead. White Marsh fighting a little bit back. These two crews will finish first and second. As we get a shot of DC National in lane 5. Back to the leader of the pack, Moorestown. Maintaining their lead over White Marsh. Coming into the last 150 meters, Moorestown having led from start to finish, wire to wire, as they say, will take the gold medal in the women's U16 8 final. Congratulations to Moorestown. Second place, crossing the line now, is White Marsh Boat Club. with a little bit of distance to third place. Third place looked to be the crew from DC National. Yes, that's who it is. Earning a spot, an invite at least, to the US Rowing Youth National Championships. And here come your fourth place finishers. Crew from Lawrenceville in the women's U16 8. Wrapping up their piece. Lawrenceville getting fourth place. As Mercer juniors putting the final touches on their piece. We'll be approaching the last strokes of their race shortly. And here they are crossing the line now. So that'll do it for your women's U16 Youth 8 final. Moorestown, White Marsh, DC National, Lawrenceville, then Mercer Juniors. As we head back to the start for the men's U17 single, which is already underway. Lane 1 is Alex Bent. Lane 2 is Luca Garvey from Conestoga. Lane 3, Ozzie Spiker from Friends Select School. Lane 4, Benjamin Donahue from Malvern Prep. Lane 5, Graham Caucus from Penn AC. Lane 6, Lucas Dolick from Bogota High School. And lane 7, Kieran Lung from Wilmington Youth. All boats are on top of each other, very tightly packed. The second 500 meters has not served beneficial to providing separation between these crews, as these boats, as they're all right next to one another. Difficult to see who's in the lead. Again, this is the men's U17 single. None of these athletes can have turned 17 in this calendar year. They're all 16 or younger. And we get our overhead shot, and woo, looks to be lanes 3 and lanes 4 barely ahead of the rest of the pack. Challenged by lane 5. So Ozzie Spiker in lane 3 might have the littlest bit of advantage over Ben Donahue in lane 4, with Graham Caucus right there with him. Not to be counted out is Luca Garvey from Conestoga in lane 2, as he has overlap on lane 3, Ozzie Spiker. Crews are through the 1,000-meter mark. Into this third 500. And it's lane 3, Ozzie Spiker, leading Ben Donahue from Malvern. Again, with Luca Garvey having overlap on Ben Donahue. But Graham Caucus from Penn AC is charging as well in lane 5. Ozzie Spiker with half a boat length on Ben Donahue. As the boats pass the gazebo here, getting positive encouragement from friends and family, coaches. Ben Donahue making a push. Ozzie Spiker holding him off. And it looks like Graham Caucus has moved into third place. Graham Caucus moved into third place over Luca Garvey. But Ozzie Spiker still holds the lead. Bow ball of Ben Donahue on Ozzie Spiker halfway down his boat. They have pushed to open water over third place. But Graham Kokis is coming on. Graham Kokis from Penn AC, rowing out a storied boathouse row in Philadelphia. As we get a shot of Ozzie Spiker from Friends Select School. Doing a very nice job of keeping his boat level. Oh, caught a little digger there with his starboard side oar. Ben Donahue raising his rating, trying to take advantage of that little mishap. Moving his boat back into Ozzie Spiker. Ben Donahue making a charge. Ozzie Spiker raises his rate, trying to match Ben Donahue's charge. Oh, and he catches a little digger there again. Ben Donahue looks like he's moved into first place. Can Ozzie Spiker respond? But watch out. Here comes Graham Kokis from Penn AC charging in lane 5. Charging. He's moved into second place. Ben Donahue now holds first. Graham Kokis from Penn AC second. This is going to be tight. Ozzie Spiker held the lead for the majority of the piece, and it's going to be Ben Donahue crossing the line first. Graham Kokis second, and Ozzie Spiker third. And here we go with fourth place going to Luca Garvey. And fifth coming in with, pardon me, Lucas Dolick from Bogota High School. Sixth being Kieran Long. And seventh place crossing now is Alex Bent. As we have Ben Donahue winning the U17 single, followed by Graham Kokis, Ozzie Spiker, and Luca Garvey. Those are your top 4 finishers. Here, Lucas Dolick finishing 5th and Kieran Long 6th. Alex Bent wrapping up that final with 7th. As we move to the women's U17 final. Lane 1, Amelia Vasas from Conestoga. Lane 2, Emery Kirkham from Newport. Lane 3, Carmela Vigiletta from South Jersey. Lane 4, Emma Mornaram from Ridgewood. Lane 5, Liz Paolia from Navesink River. And lane 6, Julia Connor, from Shipley. Early leader looks to be lane 4, Emma Monoram from Ridgewood. As the crews are crossing 500 meters, your early leader is Ridgewood, Emma Monoram. We see our leader from the drone footage up top, taking very nice, full, clean strokes, handling the wind gust very well. The second 500 meters usually proves to separate out the crews, and that's exactly what appears to be happening as Ridgewood Emma Monoram has taken her lead and held on to it. Over lane 3 from South Jersey, Carmela Vigiletta, pardon me, and Liz Paola from Navesink River in lane 5, following closely in third place. But your leader is Emma Monoram from Ridgewood. And here she is, coming up to the 1,000-meter mark. Emma has extended her lead to open water. And still extending even more into the third 500 meters. As we see Carmela Vigiletta from South Jersey in second place. Boats have begun to separate out into a little bit more of a parade formation, with open water separating first place from second and second from third. Ridgewood in first, second place from South Jersey, and third place, Navesink River Rowing. Fourth place looks to be Emery Kirkham from Newport. Followed up by Julia O'Connor from Chipley and Amelia Vassos in wrapping up this final from Conestoga. Boats are underneath the power lines, signifying 750 meters to go. As they're approaching the gazebo, friends and family at the gazebo get to be right on top of the crews. They can hear your encouragement, rooting them on. This shot of Liz Paolella from Navesink River Rowing. Couldn't have asked for a prettier day here in West Windsor, New Jersey, as it looks as if the South Jersey entry of Carmela Vigiletta is making her discussion here of why she thinks that she should take the lead, and she's pushing a little bit into Emma Monoram. Yes, she's closed that open water to now it's one length to Ridgewood over South Jersey. But Ridgewood responds. Emma takes her rating up a little bit as Carmela is still pressing. And the leader still remains to be Ridgewood. Mohanaram with Vigiletta from South Jersey in second. Ridgewood has pressed her lead out further, regaining open water as she's in the final 250 meters of this 2,000-meter race. Streaking for the line. She can taste the gold medal as she's pressing into her final 20 strokes. Emma's done a fantastic job of controlling this race from wire to wire, rowing very smooth, very consistent in her fluid design hull. Fluid design manufactured in Canada And here they come to the finish line. Your winner will be from Ridgewood, Emma Mohanaram. Congratulations, Emma. Second place will be Carmela Vigiletta from South Jersey. Well rowed, Carmela. And third place from Navesink River Rowing, Liz Paolella. Fourth place from Newport, Emery Kirkham, earning that bid to US Rowing Youth Nationals. And as we see, Julia O'Connor finished strong from Shipley School, rowing her Sykes Racing Hull, manufactured in Australia. Well rowed, Julia. And wrapping up this women's U17 final, soon enough we'll see her come making her final step sequence to the finish line. Entry from Conestoga, Amelia Vassos. Approaches the finish line into the last 250 meters. Well rowed, Amelia. And that'll wrap up our U17 women's single final. And already on the course is our U17 men's double final. Lane 1 from Wilmington Youth Rowing, Lane 2, Rockland, Lane 3, Conestoga, Lane 4, Germantown Friends, Lane 5, Ridgewood, Lane 6, Newport, and Lane 7, Nereid Boat Club. Early leader here seems to be Germantown. Out in the lead, open water. With Rockland in second, Conestoga in third, and it looks to be Ridgewood in fourth. Germantown putting out a great rhythm. Very strong strokes as they've extended their lead to open water over Rockland. In lane 2, Rockland from New York, Conestoga from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, and Ridgewood right here in New Jersey. Germantown continuing to press their lead out, while as Conestoga has slipped their bow into second place. Not to be counted out are Wilmington Youth in lane 1, who still have overlap on Ridgewood. Conestoga holding the slimmest of margin over Rockland between that second and third place. But your leaders, as they've made even more evident in this third 500, is Germantown Friends. Germantown Friends rowing a little bit lower on the rating than the other boats. Definitely a difference in size for the crew. Two large individuals, very strong strokes. Definitely some big boys out there throwing some big strokes down and leading this U17 double. And here comes Rockland, who have taken second place back over from Conestoga. Rockland moving into Germantown's lead, showing some speed on the field. But it's still Germantown with the lead. Conestoga, not to be trifled with, is fighting back. But watch out for Wilmington Youth out in lane one. They've put on some burst of speed in his third 500 and are now moving through Conestoga and challenging Rockland for second place. As the crews cross into the last 500 meters, we have Germantown friends in the lead, with Rockland in second. Third place too close to call between Wilmington Youth and Conestoga. Rockland still remains in second, half a length up on Conestoga, who has one seat on on Wilmington. Wilmington raises their rate. Wilmington takes off. Wilmington going early in lane one, trying to get in there for a medal. Barring a major crab, it looks like Germantown is going to take the win here. Rockland in second. Here comes Stoga and Wilmington. Wilmington, Stoga, can't tell. Woo! Pretty close. Definitely Rockland for second. Couldn't tell between Wilmington and Conestoga for third. Whoever the other one is fourth, and fifth place here. Looks like it's going to go to Ridgewood as Newport finishes sixth and Nereid wraps up this final, finishing seventh. And it was Wilmington who got the last stroke in by 1/10 of a second, less than 1/10 of a second over Conestoga. What a great race there. But your winners, and congratulations to Germantown friends, second place Rockland, third place Wilmington Youth. And the last two events of our morning program will be the women's U17 double, followed by the women's U15 quad. And this women's U17 double, lane one is Whitemarsh, lane two, Lower Merion, lane three, Conestoga, lane four, Nereid, lane five, Williamsburg, lane six, Shipley, and lane seven, South Jersey. Looks like the crews are off, making their way through the first 500 meters. Okay, we're picking up this women's U17 double. This is a final 7-boat race. As we look on from our drone footage, we see lane four, hailing from Nereid, is in the lead. Swinton and Bullis in the lead. The early leaders through the 500-meter mark. Swinton and Bullis from Nereid in lane four. Hotly contested and hotly trailed by lanes 5 and 3. Lane 5 from Williamsburg, lane 3 from, again, Conestoga. But it's Nereid, your early leader, through the first 500-meter mark, as they have one length on Conestoga. And now challenging for that third place looks to be Lower Merion High School. Oh, looks like we've had some action here in the Williamsburg boat as they've made a drastic turn towards their starboard side. Perhaps they caught a little lobster. Lobster being bigger than a crab could have pulled them over a little bit. We'll see, but they have slipped back as a result of that. Your leader still remains to be Nereid. Nereid rowing a perfect course. Very straight, very exact. Oh, and Williamsburg has caught onto a buoy on their port side now. Some steering issues happening in that boat. But Nereid remains the leader with Conestoga running second. And despite the steering issues that they've had, Williamsburg fighting for third with Lower Merion. Here comes Williamsburg. When they get the boat straight and running normal, they make up some ground. Hopefully they don't find any more lobsters out here on Mercer Lake. Oh, looks like they're trying to a little bit as they're crossing over the buoy line. But still mustering a challenge to third place, Lower Merion. But Lower Merion does hold that third position, that medal position, over Williamsburg. Your leader is Nereid in lane 4 with a little bit of open water over Conestoga. Wind has definitely picked up, which is why you're seeing some steering happening in some of these boats. Nereid remaining in the lead, striking a calm 33 strokes a minute. Conestoga a little bit higher, maybe 1 beat higher on the rating. But Nereid remains in the lead. And it seems as if Lower Merion has taken advantage of the last 200 meters and pushed out on Williamsburg. So your leaders here are Nereid Boat Club, followed by Conestoga High School, and in third place, Lower Merion, followed by Williamsburg. Williamsburg probably making one of the farthest trips to be here today from Williamsburg, Virginia, just north of Richmond. Whereas these other entries have come from a little bit closer by. Williamsburg being about 2 hours south of Washington, D.C. Let's see if they can make that trip worth it as they're in the 4th place position, which will earn them a bid to the USRowing National Regatta. But I'm sure they want to walk away from beautiful West Windsor, New Jersey with some hardware and a bronze medal. The gold medal right now looks like it's got to be taken away from the clutches of Nereid Boat Club, who have just made it very well established that they want that gold. Silver contention right now is Conestoga. Conestoga, a little bit of open water behind Nereid. But this bronze medal race that's developing here between Lower Merion, who are in the lead of Williamsburg, might be the interesting one. Williamsburg back in the center of their lane, rowing uninhibited. Wind is tending to calm down as the high trees on either side of the course have blocked it a bit, making for very exciting sprinting sequences in this last 500 meters And your leader remains Nereid Boat Club and Conestoga in second place. Williamsburg still struggling a little bit with their steering. And Lower Merion have taken advantage of that, keeping their boat centered in the lane without any distractions, and have now moved a little bit further up on Williamsburg. Conestoga trying to get their bow ball overlapping onto Nereid, but Nereid's having none of it as they're pushing a little bit further away. Nereid raises their rating to 36 strokes a minute. Conestoga keeps it there at 34. Nereid putting an exclamation point on this win by making sure they're taking it strong to the finish line. A little bit of razzle dazzle out of this Nereid crew. Swinton and Bullis. And their green Hudson named Tango. They'll be definitely doing a dance on their way to the national championships with this regional championship under their belts. Congratulations to Nereid Boat Club, who win the women's U17 double, followed by Conestoga High School, and third place going to Lower Merion High School, well rowed by Lower Merion. Top four finishers get an invite, and it looks like fourth place will be Williamsburg, making that trip from Williamsburg, Virginia, worth it, and punching their ticket to go to Sarasota. Fifth place coming in from Shipley, with South Jersey just edging White Marsh for fifth. White Marsh finishing sixth. Excuse me, White Marsh finishing seventh. And for our final event of the morning is the women's U15 quad width. Like we said earlier, this is a qualifying event for nationals, so it is referred to as a row over when there's only one entry, and they just have to make their way down the course to make it official. As San Miguel Academy are doing exactly that, demonstrating some great unison with their uniforms, all wearing a matching hat and rowing pretty sharply. It's a good opportunity for the crew and the coach to have a practice run before they get a chance to line up against other boats, going through all the motions of getting set up, getting the start, and the finish happening. San Miguel coming all the way down from Newburgh, New York, not far from West Point, where the military academy is. And Coxon showing a good demonstration of keeping her boat very centered and a nice rhythm from the San Miguel Academy. And as you see a close-up shot of their Vespoli hole named after Thomas Donnelly, who's on the board of the San Miguel Academy. Coxon Gustavo Loreno steering the crew down the course. Stroke seat, Melanie Isidoro. 3 seat, Isabella Luna. 2, Kaylee Martinez. And bow seat, Chanel Rodriguez, coached by Mark Connell. Getting prepared to go to that, to accept their bid for the national championship in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida, on the Nathan Benderson Park race course hosted by Sarasota. Should be a great trip for these athletes to make down there on a race course that has hosted the World Championships. A lot of fun for these kids to make that trip, get to row down that course and compete against their competitors from across the country. And as you can tell, the wind has picked up. See a little bit of bumpiness in the water. And these rollovers aren't necessarily a done deal. I've seen it before where some crews may not cross the finish line due to conditions. There was a race a few couple years ago at the World Championship for under 19 athletes where the US entry actually swamped and the rowers had to swim the boat across the finish line in order to qualify for the next race. I don't think that's going to be a worry here, but it is more than just a formality. It is something in our sport that needs to show that this crew is able to compete and make it down the course, which they're doing a very fine job of right now. Again, San Miguel, a very new program, just having started up in the last couple of years. Their entries are somewhat limited to the U15 and U16 categories as their team is growing and older athletes have yet to be on their squad for too long. We're looking very forward to watching them compete in the upcoming years. Hopefully these athletes are really enjoying their take on the race course. As they approach the gazebo, get a lot of rooting on from spectators, friends, and family. We will have a break in the action this morning after this event. Just about an hour and a half until we get to the afternoon program. That afternoon program is going to start off with the U17 fours, followed by the U17 quads, and then the U17 eights before we get into the novice events, which will wrap up our program for today. The novice category usually being the youngest athletes, but actually I think these athletes that you're seeing on the water now are probably younger than novices as they're in middle school. And looking to be well drilled and coached as they enter into the last 250 meters, showing a sharpness of their catches. Again, this is San Miguel Academy from Newburgh, New York. Completing their trip down the course and punching their ticket for Sarasota, the USRowing National Championship. That event being in just about 4 weeks, June 8th through June 11th. And congratulations to San Miguel Academy. Look forward to seeing you in Sarasota. And we will go to a break as we see a shot of South Jersey receiving their medals. As the officials pull off the course, doing a little flex action. Looks to be the South Jersey U15 quad. Congratulations to them. And thank you to all 2,000 people that are watching on our YouTube channel. Love to have all the spectators. And if you have friends that you want to see catch the action, please feel free to refer them. We'd love to get 200 more before the end of the day as you see some clips of the festivities happening here in beautiful West Windsor, New Jersey. This regatta hosted by PNRA Mercer, Hillary Geeman being the program director there, Chris Grunt as executive director, having done a lot of work to get this done. As we see the Mercer Juniors tent, the Germantown Friends tent, as crews come off the water and celebrate lunch break. That hamburger that they're going to get right now is one of the most tasty hamburgers they're ever going to have. Preferably, I like mine with cheese, pickles, lettuce, and tomato, and a couple French fried potatoes. And our racing will resume at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 1300. We'll be back with the broadcast just about 5-10 minutes before then, as we might go get a hamburger as well. Hello and welcome back to the 2023 U.S. Rowing Mid-Atlantic Regional Rowing Championships from Lake Mercer in West Windsor, New Jersey. A little bit of action in the time off. The wind has turned slightly, coming into a tailwind and built up to about double the strength that it was for the morning racing. This is Steve Perry, your Here Now Sports live commentator, coming to you from West Windsor, New Jersey, right here on Lake Mercer. This regatta hosted by Mercer Rowing Club, also referred to as the Princeton National Rowing Association. Our first event of the afternoon program will be the men's U17-4. These are all athletes at the age of under 17. You could have a 14-year-old in there, maybe a 15-year-old, but no athlete can turn 17 in this calendar year. This is a final. It's also an event that is raced at the U.S. Rowing National Championship. So the top four finishers of this race will qualify for an invitation to the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships on June 8th to June 11th. And those are in Sarasota, Florida, on beautiful Nathan Benderson Park Racecourse. As we get a wonderful shot here of the boats in the starting platform. Still 3 minutes to the official go time. Lane 1 is Swan Creek. Lane 2, DC National. Lane 3, Annapolis Junior Rowing. Lane 4, your hometown host, Mercer Juniors. And Lane 5, Row New Jersey. St. Joseph Preparatory School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is in Lane 6. And Moorestown High School in Lane 7. And wind is at the backs of these crews, or in their faces, blowing from the stern of the boat. That not much of an effect to the alignment that's happening on the starting platform. And as you look through our high-powered 4K ultra lens from Here Now Sports, you can see a little bit of bumpiness in the water there in the first 250 meters. But it definitely gets a little bit more bumpy as the crews cross the 500-meter mark and into that middle 1,000 meters. Lots of racing going on in the rowing world today. In women's collegiate rowing, the regional championships have happened. We'll get to that more in a second, as we do have a clean start in this men's U17-4 final for the Mid-Atlantic Regional Rowing Championships. Lots of splashes as the rowers are adjusting to the wind, trying to find their groove, taking their high strokes off the line, trying to nudge their bow ahead. And it would look as if Mercer has just got a little bit of a nudge, but St. Joe's Prep in lane 6 is going right with them. Moorestown High School needs to find a little bit more of a gear to stay with the Prep, who have taken a lead on Row New Jersey and are challenging Mercer and Annapolis Juniors for the lead. Lane 1, Swan Creek, not going away, hanging tough on DC National. But looks to be Mercer and Annapolis Juniors leading this final for the men's U17-4 width. Crews are lengthening out, approaching the first 500-meter mark. And from our perspective now, I would say Mercer Juniors might be just a smudge in the lead, possibly DC National making a push there. As our drone operators are going to be picking up this race shortly, we'll get a better angle from up top and give all our viewers at home a nice shot of the leaders of this race. So, as the crews are halfway through the second 500 meters, still looks to be local favorites, Mercer Junior Rowing in the lead. Although the crew from DC National making a compelling argument to Mercer. DC National rowing a very high stroke rating of 38 strokes a minute, it would seem. Now shifted down to 36, but definitely attacking this piece. Perhaps we caught them on a move. Mercer rowing at 36 strokes a minute as well. And caught right between those two boats is Annapolis Juniors, who are feeling the pressure. And yes, it's Mercer and DC National battling it out for the lead. Annapolis Juniors 1 seat back. Those three crews having open water on fourth place, that final qualifying spot, which looks to be St. Joe's Preparatory School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Annapolis Juniors now making a push. Annapolis Juniors seem to be pressing Mercer for that second place and moving on DC National. And Mercer responds, but it's Mercer who has taken the lead with Annapolis Juniors second and DC National third. All of that's happened in the last 10 strokes. It was DC National leading, but in the last 15 strokes now, Mercer has come on strong and taken the lead of this race with 750 meters left to go. Mercer striking 36 strokes a minute. Annapolis Juniors, all their athletes wearing the same white bucket caps, a little bit lower at 33 strokes a minute, perhaps giving them somewhere to go on the rating as they enter into the last 500 meters. Annapolis Junior coxswain Aiden Moreno looks over to his right and he sees that he's sitting on the Mercer 2 seat. Jack McMahon, Mercer coxswain Emily Grace, looking to her left and seeing that she's just on the bow deck of Annapolis Juniors. DC National has kind of been written out of this conversation right now as Mercer and Annapolis go blow for blow here in the final 500 meters of the men's U17 4 with final. The bucket hats of Annapolis Juniors providing a little bit more shade for their athletes in the direct sun. Mercer going hatless, perhaps in an effort to be more aerodynamic, less drag factor of wind. And it seems to be behooving them as Mercer has now raised their rate again. And the Mercer stroke seat is sitting on the bow deck of Annapolis. Annapolis has cleared open water on third place, DC National. Conditions definitely are not flat. They are a little bit bumpy, but get better as the race course moves on. The best water seems to be in the last 250 meters. And that's where everybody is right now. Mercer crossing that 250-meter mark to go first. Annapolis second. Annapolis 2 seats down on Mercer. Mercer a 2-seat lead on Annapolis. As they come into the final 150 meters, final 20 strokes, Mercer maintains their lead, maybe pushing a seat out. They can taste the gold medals here. As we go to the finish line camera, it will be Mercer winning this event with Annapolis second. Third, going to, whoa, we've had a change here. Looks like it's Row, New Jersey is able to pull off the third place finish, earning a spot, upping St. Joe's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, who finished fourth. Row New Jersey really poured it on that last 500 meters to get a bronze medal. Coxon banging on the side of the boat, showing their excitement. Congratulations to Chloe Burneff of Row New Jersey. DC National slipped back there into the fifth position, which is unfortunate, not quite there to get the bid for nationals. However, if all the bids are not taken, it does slide down to the next cruise. So DC National would be that if one of these other boats don't take their bid. And now we move on to the women's U17-4. Like a Swiss watch, US Rowing getting this started right away. Lane 1, Mercer Juniors. Lane 2, Annapolis Juniors. Lane 3, Row New Jersey. Lane 4, Nereid. Lane 5, Radnor High School. Lane 6, Moorestown High School. And Lane 7, the Blair Academy, also a high school out in Western New Jersey. So we have 4 clubs in lanes 1 through 4, and then 5 scholastic programs in Radnor, Moorestown, and Blair in lanes 5 and 6. Crews have come off the line, clean, and all boats appear to be running hot, straight, and normal, which is always a good thing. In this U17 women's 4 with Coxon, these athletes making their mark with the new age categories that US Rowing has started in the last 2 years, competing against athletes their own age. Mercer in lane 1, pushing to try to get their bow ahead of lane 2, Annapolis Juniors. But it looks like lane 4, Nereid, will take the lead. Well, Annapolis Juniors is pushing. Nereid, coxed by Catherine Miguel Restro, will take the lead into that first 500 meters. Ella Gill at stroke seat does a gut check, tries to find the rhythm for her crew to follow. And here we go into the middle thousand, where heroes are made and dreams are broken. However, as long as you have a chip in a chair, anything can happen. It's a poker reference. As long as you still have one chip and a chair at the table, you could still make something happen and still win. Mercer's playing that chip right now, but Annapolis Juniors are definitely pushing in this second 500 meters. Annapolis Juniors have overtaken Row New Jersey and are pushing the leader, Nereid, as the crews come screaming through 750 meters. But here's Nereid responding. Nereid responding to Annapolis's push as well as Row New Jersey. Nereid stretching out, extending their lead over Row New Jersey by 2 seats. Row New Jersey has countered Annapolis's move, and now Row New Jersey has half a boat length on Annapolis Juniors. Nereid still keeping their margin. Row New Jersey working into that margin a little bit with their bow ball on Nereid's 3 seat. In lanes 5, 6, and 7, it appears that we have another race developing here as those crews on the inside lane are starting to press and break into the top 3. The crew from Radnor High School clipping at the heels of Annapolis Juniors. And definitely making a press on this inside lane of the course. Moorestown's going to try to find a rhythm and ratio that stays with them, but it seems that Radnor High School is now investing in this third 500 meters to push into the leaders. Your leader, though, still remains to be Nereid Boat Club, leading the chevron here with Row, New Jersey in second. And at the time being, Annapolis Juniors hanging on to that third place. But watch out for Radnor. Radnor's looking poised to pounce all over Annapolis and take over that third place position. Annapolis is digging in with their fingernails to hang on to it. But here comes Radnor trying to knock them off that pedestal. And ding, 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 we're getting close to that last 500 meters. Similar to the last lap of a mile race. Final lap bell. This is the last opportunity anybody has to press into it. And definitely Radnor High School has overtaken Annapolis Juniors. So your three leaders are Nereid Boat Club, Row, New Jersey, and now Radnor High School from New Jersey, pressing in to Row, New Jersey. Pardon me, Radnor High School from Wayne, Pennsylvania. But Annapolis isn't going to go quietly. Annapolis has rebounded and looks to have retaken that third position. Nereid, still your leader. Nereid from Rutherford, New Jersey, looking to take home the championship. Row, New Jersey, based in Mount Arlington, New Jersey, might not have enough room to catch them. Nereid practically daring them to make a move as they're rowing a commanding lead. Big race here seems like it's going to be between Annapolis and Radnor for that third place bronze medal. Annapolis and Radnor dead even. But Radnor raising their game earlier with about 250 meters to go. Let's see if Annapolis can match it. And it looks like they have found something. Nereid continues to lead with a very strong rhythm. Open water up on Row, New Jersey. Row, New Jersey, open water on. Now here comes Radnor on Radnor and Annapolis Juniors. Really waiting to see who's going to take this bronze medal as we get a close-up shot of Nereid in their green Hudson boat. Nereid crossing the line now, and it will be Row, New Jersey second. And here we go. It looks like Radnor has taken third from Annapolis Juniors in a powerful last 150 meters. Annapolis Juniors coming in fourth, earning a ticket punched to Sarasota. Fifth place will be Moorestown High School, followed by Mercer in sixth, and a 7-boat final, Blair Academy. Closing out this race here of the U17 girls 4-width. Nereid your winner, Row, New Jersey second, Radnor in third, and Annapolis Juniors in fourth. Moorestown High School, Mercer, and Blair Academy wrapping up that final. Next race will be the men's U17 quad. All the U17 events are bunched in together. This U17 quad hasn't quite started yet, but moments away. Lane 1 will be the South Jersey Rowing Club. Lane 2, Germantown Friends. Lane 3, Ridgewood. Lane 4, Nereid. Lane 5, St. Joseph's High School of New Jersey, not to be confused with St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Lane 6, Malvern Prep. And Lane 7, Upper Marion High School. And we are off as this high pressure system has brought in some more wind. It's a straight tailwind. Crews are finding their rhythm here. This now is a straight boat, which means there is not a coxswain. Crews are being steered by either the bow seat or the stroke seat. Steering can come into play in these blind boats. But for this particular race, it looks like everybody's fairly centered in their lane. Sometimes the boat can veer to one side or the other. In the rowing world, we'll call that ping-ponging, as if a ping pong ball was going back and forth between the lane markers. Obviously, that steering will slow your crew down. And looks like we have a little bit of ping-ponging happening for lane 5 out of St. Joseph High School, New Jersey, as they've crossed over the buoys. And that can be a problem if your oar gets caught on one of those small buoys. It would be like pulling up a lobster trap, hence the term catching a lobster, which is a more recent term versus catching a crab. I consider it as a lobster being bigger than a crab, but it looked like they caught neither. But here we have our leader through the first 500 meters. We'll be lane 4, Nereid again. Across the board, Nereid showing some proudness in these small boats, having won the U17 girls. Nereid in their yellow Impacha, showing themselves to be the cream of the crop here, with a very significant lead before even the halfway mark of the piece. So Nereid about 3 lengths of open water. Over Ridgewood in lane 3. Nereid through the halfway mark now. Those boys enjoying a good row. As exciting as the bow ball races are that are really close, as a rower and a coach, you always want to have a lot of distance when your wins. It makes you much easier to get through the day. Much calmer regatta outing, as Nereid's providing that for their coach. Nereid being stroked by Cameron Gennardo, William Bush in 3, John Sprayberry in 2, and Edward Wang in the bow seat. And as we get a good shot, we're starting to see a little bit of capping coming on. Now, if we were in sailboats, this would be welcome, but in rowing shells, not so much. And what I'm referring to is as the wind starts to blow and you see white caps forming on the water, that's usually a first indicator of, okay, getting a little bit nautical out there. At a championship regatta, they will run the racing program so long as everything is safe. And from our view right now in the finish line tower, it appears to be very safe. But those conditions can change quickly. Rowing with the tailwind in white caps is much easier to do than a headwind. Nereid giving a clinic on how to do that with this margin of lead they're carrying into the third 500 meters. For our viewing audience at home, what you look for, and you just saw it there a little bit with Ridgewood, you look for if you see a lot of splashes going on. If you see the oars rubbing up against the water, splashing about and thrashing through, that's when you know things might be getting too sporty to carry on a fair race. But right now, everything seems to be going clean. These are not the most experienced rowers at the regatta. They're under 17 athletes, but they do put up some pretty good times, challenging the U19 guys in some events. First through fourth place in this event will get their ticket punched to Sarasota, Florida for the US Rowing National Championships. As we get a very good shot of Nereid, into the last 500. Clearing their puddles very nicely, getting their blades in and out of the water in time. Nereid has opened up to a very large lead here. Congratulations to the Nereid quad. Well rowed. They cross the line now. Ridgewood in second place, followed hotly by Germantown Friends and St. Joseph High School from New Jersey. St. Joe's High School from New Jersey looks like they might be making a push on Germantown Friends. Ridgewood crosses the line in silver medal position. Oh, and here they are. St. Joe's pressing and taking. Oh, we got a digger from. Oh, it's terrible to see. That's so harsh to see. Part of the sport, a little bit of a crab out of Germantown Friends in the last 10 strokes of the race. St. Joseph's overtaking them for third position. Germantown still punching their ticket for nationals. Sure, they'll like to get that one back and do it again, and they'll have a chance to. As Malvern crosses fifth, and South Jersey Rowing Club crosses sixth. And here we go with the entry from Upper Marion High School, coming to the line, wrapping up this men's U17 quad final. Our next event will be the women's U17 quad. Congratulations to Nereid, rowing themselves to the gold medal in a very strong fashion. Ridgewood second, St. Joe High School, New Jersey third, Germantown Friends fourth, Malvern fifth, South Jersey sixth, and Upper Marion High School seventh. As we zoom out to the start for the race already in progress on the course, the women's U17 4, lane 2, Bergen County Rowing Academy, lane 3, Germantown Friends School Rowing, lane 4, South Jersey Rowing Club, lane 5, Rockland Rowing Association, lane 6, Agnes Irwin School. These U17 quads are off the line, and it looks to be lane 4, South Jersey Rowing South Jersey Rowing Club in the lead, followed hotly by Rockland Rowing Association. Rockland out of New York, South Jersey, obviously in southern New Jersey. But it looks as if Bergen County Rowing Academy is putting their nose ahead of Rockland, and Germantown Friends are making a charge. Still, your leader is South Jersey, as the crews are quickly approaching the 1,000-meter mark. South Jersey in the lead with Bergen County possibly just a nose ahead of Rockland, who have a slightest lead on Germantown Friends. South Jersey extending their lead into this third 500. Clear open water on the remainder of the field. Rockland investing in this third 500 meters and making a push. And it looks like they may have pulled themselves into second place ahead of Germantown Friends, who are clearly now ahead of Bergen County Rowing Academy. Germantown Friends responds to Rockland's bid and put a bid in of their own, and they have now pushed into second place behind South Jersey Rowing Club. South Jersey, having won the U15 Cox Quad events, boys and girls, showing a proudness in the sculling events. Clear open water by about a boat length. That would be 2 lengths of a lead South Jersey has over Germantown Friends School. And it looks like Bergen County Rowing Academy has pulled up to make a challenge on third place, which is currently being held by Rockland Rowing Association. Rockland now in third, meeting that challenge and holding off Bergen County Rowing Academy. Germantown Friends in second, hanging on to it. And your 4 leaders are into the last 500 meters. With South Jersey, the clear leader, taking the lead of the chevron here. South Jersey, open water in the lead, approaching the last 250 meters, with Germantown Friends hanging on to that second place podium. Rockland Rowing Association would like nothing more than to knock them off, and they're still making a bid for it. But Germantown Friends are finding a little bit more rhythm, a little bit more spacing, and have pushed back Rockland Rowing. So your leaders of South Jersey into the last 250 meters of the race. Just a seat or two of open water over Germantown Friends, who now have a length on Rockland Rowing Association. Rockland Rowing has just a little bit over a length on Bergen County Rowing Academy, who have a length over the Agnes Irwin School. As we get the wide shot of the finish line, you can see what I'm seeing here. South Jersey leading from wire to wire. And your women's U17 quad champion, South Jersey Rowing Club. Second place, Germantown Friends School. Third place, Rockland Rowing Association. And it looks as if Bergen County Rowing Academy gets that 4th place, and the Agnes Irwin School finish up in 5th. So South Jersey wins the women's U17 quad. Germantown Friends second, Rockland Rowing Association third, Bergen County Rowing Academy fourth, and the Agnes Irwin School fifth. And we now switch over to the sweep events. This is the men's 8, U17 8. A little bit of gripping and ripping here as the wind is blowing a little bit more. Lane 1, Annapolis Juniors. Lane 2, Seton Hall Prep. Lane 3, Jackson Reed High School. Lane 4, St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Lane 5, LaSalle. Lane 6, Mercer Juniors. And Lane 7, Williamsburg. And we are off. Boats are clear from the starting platform through the breakage zone, and we have the start of a clean race. St. Joe's Prep jumping out the line a little bit quick, grabbing the early couple seat lead through the 250-meter mark. Mercer trying to ride right with Prep, but Prep is pushing to get a length lead by the 500-meter mark. Second place looks to belong to Seton Hall Prep in lane 2. A little bit of steering out of the Prep coxswain. Perhaps a little puff of wind. But Prep clearly in the lead here through the 500-meter mark. St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, rowing on the Schuylkill River. Just a hop, skip, and a jump here from Mercer, West Windsor, New Jersey. And St. Joseph's have pushed out to an open water lead by the 750-meter mark. An impressive showing. The battle for second place is developing with Seton Hall Prep looking to have a seat lead on Jackson Reed High School, LaSalle, and one seat further back is Mercer Juniors. Annapolis Juniors haven't quite been able to hang on to that pace, and they've slipped a little further back, while Williamsburg has got a 1 to 2 seat lead on Annapolis Juniors. But in separating the wheat from the chaff, it looks to be St. Joe's Prep holding their lead and extending it a little bit further. Prep open water over Seton Hall Prep, who has a 2-seat lead on LaSalle, who has a 1-seat lead on Mercer, who have a 1-seat lead on Jackson Reed High School. And barring a disastrous crab or somebody being ejected from the boat, I don't see any of these crews catching Prep. They've definitely announced their presence with authority in this first 1,000 meters. But as long as there's a chip and a chair, anything can happen. Top 4 finishers qualify for the national championship, so this is more than just a race for medals. This is a race to see who can move on, continue to train for 4 weeks, and make that trip to Sarasota. Prep letting it be known to everybody that they want that gold medal, rowing very sharply. Catches all hitting the water at the same time. A nice rhythm, very flat drives, not lifting the boat up and down. As you look at the hole, you can see it running very flat, very efficient. Meeting the standard that their organization has held for years, doing a very nice job in the 8s. And Seton Hall Prep has extended their lead in second place. They now have open water over Jackson Reed High School. Jackson Reed with 2 seats on Mercer. But here comes LaSalle. LaSalle and Mercer within a seat, just 2 seats down to Jackson Reed. But LaSalle and Mercer are in this little squabble that they're having, are beginning to work off each other and push up to Seton Hall Prep, who has now 4 seats on Mercer. Mercer getting the better of that argument with LaSalle. This U17-8 from St. Joe's Prep showing a lot of poise. Very clean, very controlled. You can see the rhythm together. And Seton Hall Prep has responded to Mercer's challenge, but here comes Jackson Reed. So Prep, the clear leader, not even in the video camera angle, well ahead. And Seton Hall Prep is making their move to finish second place. Jackson Reed and Mercer duking it out for that bronze medal. LaSalle wants to get their boat in that qualifying position. They need to really kick it up here for the last 250 meters. And there's your winners of the men's U17-8, St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And second place will be going to Seton Hall Prep. And let's see what happens for this third and fourth place finish, as it looks to be Jackson Reed, but here comes Mercer. Mercer, Jackson Reed. Too close to call between Jackson Reed and Mercer. We'll have to go to the camera on that one. LaSalle finishing fifth. And Annapolis Juniors coming to the line. And we have Williamsburg. We have the tightest margin here of the day. Which I'm sure will be corrected momentarily, as we're probably looking at the overall times, not the race times. As the production crew gets those results up. It would appear that it was Mercer over Jackson Reed for that third place bronze medal finish. As we get prepared for the women's U17-8. So the finishing order of that previous race was St. Joe's Prep, Seton Hall Prep, Mercer by 1/10 of a second, 0.11 of a second, over Jackson Reed, then LaSalle, Annapolis Juniors, and Williamsburg. Back to the start for the women's U17-8 as the crews are coming out of the blocks. Lots of splashes. Lane 2, Mercer Juniors. Lane 3, DC National. Lane 4, Row, New Jersey. Lane 5, Jackson Reed High School. And Lane 6, the Lawrenceville School. As we get our first overhead drone shot, it looks like we're getting some feedback that, wow, too close to call for first place between lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Lane 2, Mercer, looks like they've slipped back just a smidge. Lane 4, Row, New Jersey, appears to have a smidge of a lead, just by a seat or so. And yes, it's Row, New Jersey in the lead through the first 500 meters. For the women's U17-8, second place, too tight to call between DC National Rowing Club and Jackson Reed High School. Although it may be DC National who has irked out a lead here over Jackson Reed. The winds have been picking up for this afternoon's racing. And DC National taking advantage of that blustering and putting a charge on Row, New Jersey. DC National coxswain Graham Finley looks to his right, urging on his crew. Meanwhile, Row, New Jersey coxswain Anishka Chava looks to her left, trying to gauge what this DC National crew is doing. And in this little game of cat and mouse, they've pushed out ahead of Jackson Reed High School. Both crews having open water on Jackson Reed, who has clear open water on Mercer, who has clear open water on Lawrenceville. And it's Row, New Jersey who counters last. Through this second 500 meters. The crews now approach the halfway mark. Row, New Jersey is a clear leader by 5 seats over DC National Rowing Club. But here comes DC National, charging again through the 1,000. Graham Finley urges on. Greta Jouk in stroke seat. 7 seat, Chloe Lazzarini backing up Greta Jouk. And we got ourselves a boat race here. 1 seat separates DC National and Row, New Jersey. Row, New Jersey still in the lead. I wouldn't quite say hanging on to it, but definitely matching the challenge that DC National is throwing at them. Crews are in the third 500. This is where the fitness takes hold. As athletes begin to waver on their level of energy. Perhaps they get a little bit sloppy. The best ones will raise their game and get even sharper. But it looks at no matter what DC National throws at Row, New Jersey, they're grasping onto that lead. 1 seat separates these two crews. Your leader still being Row, New Jersey. Row, New Jersey in the lead. Approaching the gazebo. Obviously, hearing the crowd has an effect on these athletes, hypes them up, gets them ready, gets them excited, and continues to be Row, New Jersey by 1 seat over DC National. Rowers don't know if they're in the lead or not. They have to trust their coxswain, and the coxswain of DC National, Graham Finley, coxswain of DC National. Yes, Graham Finley rocking back and forth, urging his crew on to get through Row, New Jersey. Row, New Jersey is holding stout, but nope, DC National finally looks to have pulled their bow ball even or just ahead of Row, New Jersey. Will Row, New Jersey respond? Row, New Jersey coxswain Olivia Sachs looks to her left. Graham Finley from DC National looks to his right. They can tell they're no longer even. Finley, you can see his passion, urging on his crew. Can't contain his excitement, rocking back and forth, and DC National takes the seat lead over Row, New Jersey into this last 500. Row New Jersey looking as they're sitting up tall, rowing composed. Fox and Olivia Sachs for Row New Jersey is probably going to call them up to sprint shortly. See if they can get their bow back ahead. But it's been DC National for the last 20 strokes who just inched their way up and into the lead. Still, DC National by 1 seat in this women's U17-8 final. Very good race. Both boats into the last 250 meters. And this is where it's either made or broken. Your dream can be made or your dream can be broken. Who's going to do which? And Row New Jersey goes first. Row New Jersey takes it up 2 beats and has inched their bow ball ahead of DC National. Does DC National have another gear to go to match Row New Jersey? They're running out of race course if they do, as the crews are into their last 20 strokes, if that. It looks to be Row New Jersey still reclaiming the lead. Row New Jersey by 1 seat, last 100 meters. And it will be Row New Jersey winning your women's U17-8. Second place, DC National. Third place, Jackson Reed High School. And fourth place will be coming into the picture shortly. And it looks like it will be Mercer grabbing that final ticket from this event from the Middle Atlantic region for US Rowing Nationals. And bringing this final to a close is Lawrenceville. And for your women's U17-8, Row New Jersey takes the title. And we're already into the next event, the men's and women's mixed youth inclusive double. Mixed youth inclusive double are already on the course. This is a co-ed boat. And in lane 3, we have Bethesda Chevy Chase. Lane 4 is Conestoga, and lane 5 is South Jersey. Conestoga pushing out to a lead here in the beginning. Bethesda Chevy Chase in second, and South Jersey in third. Conestoga holding a large lead in this event, coming through the halfway mark. Followed by Bethesda Chevy Chase, who has a similar margin over South Jersey. Conestoga, stroked by Sam Wong and bow seat Cooper Grope. Rowing the Felipe Hall, having a nice go about it here. In second place, Bethesda Chevy Chase, stroked by Eric Lindholm with bow seat Carmen Torresella. And in South Jersey, represented by stroke seat Lily Atkins and bow seat Fiona Gallagher. Conestoga, good shot here of the drone as they're pushing along here into the final 500 meters. Bethesda Chevy Chase still in second, with South Jersey Rowing Club in third. This also is one of the newer events for US Rowing at the regional championships as well as the youth national championship. Conestoga showing some good skill here with the timing of the blades going in the water at the same time, as well as pushing their boat very horizontally. As we see the view from the finish tower, Conestoga quickly approaching to the gazebo. They'll start to hear the fans cheering along. Rooting them on to the finish. As they're just into the last 250 meters. Meanwhile, Bethesda Chevy Chase crossing a little bit behind them into the last 250 as well. Conestoga approaching the line. And your winners of the men's and women's mixed use inclusive double from Conestoga High School, Conestoga Crew Club, crossing the line now. Very excited. And here comes second place from Bethesda Chevy Chase, just outside of Washington, D.C. Bethesda Chevy Chase crossing the line now, earning themselves a silver medal. And South Jersey wrapping up this final. And we have our next race on the water already. The women's youth novice quad. These are high school athletes in their first year of rowing. Lane 1, Ridgewood. Lane 2, South Jersey. Lane 3, Conestoga Crew Club. Lane 4, Nereid. Lane 5, the Shipley School. Lane 6, White Marsh. And Lane 7, Navesink River Rowing. Crews are off, hot, straight, and normal, it appears, from the starting line through the breakage point and approaching the 500-meter mark very quickly. It would appear lane 1 from Ridgewood has caught themselves a great little start here and are in the lead. Ridgewood in the lead, second place from Shipley and or Nereid tied for second place. But everything can change in a matter of 5 strokes. Navesink River looks to have slipped back slightly. Nereid and Shipley and Ridgewood fighting it out for first place. Just behind them is South Jersey in lane 2 and Conestoga in lane 3. White Marsh Rowing looks to have a little bit of a lead over Conestoga. Looks as if something has happened to the Navesink entry. They seem to have caught a crab and come off course quite a bit. An official's launch is going over to investigate, but it's unfortunate for them. But for Ridgewood, they're definitely putting on a show here from lane 1, challenging lane 4 from Nereid for the lead. The Shipley School right on Nereid's heels. And as the crews approach the halfway mark, Ridgewood may need to have another gear to hang on to these leaders. So it looks like they've slipped past Ridgewood. Nereid is in the lead now. Nereid, your clear leader, with just almost a boat length over the Shipley School, who has half a boat length over Ridgewood. Shipley School beginning to try to fight into Nereid's lead, chipping away at it. Nereid can see them coming, and I'm sure is going to make a call of their own to hold them off. One of the more challenging things to do in rowing, because you see the competition as they're coming up on you. The leader does, giving them the opportunity to match that move. As Nereid stays in the lead with open water, and Ridgewood beginning to make a challenge to the Shipley School for that second place position. Just one seat separates Ridgewood and Shipley. Nereid continuing to push out. Shipley holding on to that one seat lead over Ridgewood. Crews are well into the third 500, getting ready to approach that last 500-meter mark. And these 3 boats have separated themselves out from the rest of the field. Nereid, your leader, Shipley running second, and Ridgewood in third. Shipley has taken a little bit more of a lead on Ridgewood, maybe by 2 seats. Being on opposite sides of the race course, they can see where the other boat is, but they're not quite sure who's in the lead or not. Very difficult to tell with the angles, for the rowers, that is. They're just making sure they're doing their best and trying to put their boat in best position possible. With the exception of Nereid. Nereid is fairly certain that they're winning this race, as they can see the other 2 boats to their stern. And we're into the last 500, and Ridgewood has pulled up level with the Shipley School. Shipley and Ridgewood will be your second and third place finishers, but not necessarily in that order. We'll have to see how this shakes out for the last 500 meters. Both crews looking as cool as the other side of the pillow, holding their composure. Neither of which really faltering to this high intensity situation. But it looks like Shipley is putting all their chips in first and bringing up the rating. And they are. They've taken a 2-seat lead on Ridgewood. Did they go too early? Are they going to have the energy to hold that bump up in rating all the way to the finish? Will Ridgewood answer? And so far, Ridgewood does not have an answer. They don't seem to know what to do to match this Shipley burst of speed. But it's definitely definitive that Shipley has pulled away from Ridgewood. Meanwhile, your leader, Nereid, still holds that margin that they've had for most of the race. And the Shipley School keeps pushing. Ridgewood may have an answer here in the last 20 strokes. We'll see. But your winner will be the Nereid Rowing Club. Second place looks like it's going to belong to the Shipley School. And here's Nereid crossing the line now. Let's see from the finish line angle what happens as Shipley comes into the picture first, and they will be your second place finisher. Ridgewood finishing with the bronze medal. And that final qualifying position for nationals pardon me, this is a non-nationals event. I'm sorry, this is the final race for these guys. That bronze medal looking like it's going to be Conestoga. The fourth place finish, pardon me, will be Conestoga. As we have White Marsh Rowing approaching the line. South Jersey Rowing Club crossing now. And wrapping up this women's novice quad event will be Navesink River. And there you have it, your regional champion, Nereid Boat Club in the Women's Youth Novice Quad. Our next event will be the Men's Youth Novice Quad, already in progress on the course. Lane 1, Ridgewood again. Lane 2, Conestoga. Lane 3, Nereid. Lane 4, Nereid B. Lane 5, White Marsh. Lane 6, Ridgewood. Lane 7, Advanced Community Rowing Association. And your leader here through the second 500 meters looks to be Nereid A in lane 3. Followed closely by White Marsh in lane 5 and Ridgewood in lane 6. All with overlap on one another, as well as fourth place, Nereid B in lane 4. Conestoga just 1 seat back to Nereid B. As the boats are through the 1,000-meter mark, Nereid A in lane 3 still holding the lead. Here comes a challenge, though, from White Marsh in lane 5 on Nereid's starboard side, closest to the gazebo. White Marsh making a push in this third 500 to see if they can take the lead from Nereid. Crews are through 1250 mark. So with only 750 meters to go, Nereid still hanging on to the lead over White Marsh. However, Ridgewood is right there with White Marsh as well, looking to be ready to pounce. Nereid B is still in the conversation with overlap on White Marsh, but Nereid A is pushing out to a little bit of a firmer grasp of this first place position. Nereid A now looking to clear just a bit of open water on White Marsh. And Nereid B has pushed up through Ridgewood. But White Marsh still holds a 2-3 seat lead on Nereid B. White Marsh now gets their bow overlapping on Nereid A. Nereid A having led this race from the 500-meter mark as they now go into the last 500. Nereid showing some strength in the middle 1,000 of the piece. Let's see if they can hang on to it for the last 500. And here comes White Marsh. White Marsh beginning to make a push. Nereid's burned a good amount of energy leading this race from wire to wire so far. White Marsh, a little bit of steering. Ridgewood in lane 6 beginning to push as well. Ridgewood has overtaken Nereid B for third. White Marsh has 2 seats on Ridgewood, but Nereid A has seen those red buoys for 250 meters to go, and they've just they've cut the anchor line and are exploding away from the field here. Not quite sure anyone's going to touch Nereid A. Yes, they've raised their game, not struggling at all. Very calm, concise strokes coming out of them. No frazzle. As we get a great shot of all the boats coming into the line. White Marsh not going away, definitely hanging on to it. But Nereid will be your winner of the Men's Youth Novice Quad. White Marsh second, Nereid B third, and Ridgewood A fourth. Conestoga coming in for fifth. As we have the final 2 crews sprinting towards the line. Advanced Community Rowing Association and Ridgewood B. Advanced Community gets the 6th place, and Ridgewood B comes to the line, closing out this final for the Men's Youth Novice Quad. Next event will be the Women's Youth Novice 4 with coxswain, switching it up from a sculling event to a sweep event. Lane 1 for the Women's Youth Novice 4 with coxswain. Annapolis Junior B. Lane 2, Petty School. Lane 3, Mercer Juniors. Lane 4, Walter Johnson. Lane 5, Annapolis Junior A. And Lane 6, Villa Joseph Marie. Crews are just pulling onto the course now and getting lined up. We'll go to a quick break before we bring you this Women's Youth Novice 4 with final. And we're back at you live from the 2023 US Rowing Mid-Atlantic Rowing Championships. This is event number 42, the Women's Youth Novice 4 with Coxswain. Lane 1, Annapolis Junior B. Lane 2, Petty School. Lane 3, Mercer Junior Rowing. Lane 4, Walter Johnson. Lane 5, Annapolis Junior A entry, and Lane 6, Villa Joseph Marie. The wind has picked up, as you can see from the broadcast, a stiff trailing tailwind. Not quite strong enough yet to affect any of the racing. But as these novice events come down, this is these first-year athletes' racing experience. And it looks to be lane 3 from Mercer, snatching the quick lead through the first 500-meter mark. Mercer in the lead of this Youth Novice 4 with Coxswain. Mercer holding that lead, extending to about a boat length over Walter Johnson High School. Woo! Wind's really picking up as it's blowing the papers off the desk here. Somebody shut that window. But you can see it on the course as the streams of wind pushing these crews. I'm going to have to go get my overcoat as it's making a little bit chilly. But boy, are these rowers handling the conditions well. Mercer Juniors striding out to an open water lead now in this women's novice 4 with Coxswain. Through the second 500 meters, approaching 1,000-meter mark. And we definitely have some white caps over the 1,000-meter mark. Much easier to row with a tailwind in white caps than a headwind. But these crews are taking it like champs, really showing their prowess and technical abilities. Oh, what a good shot by our team here at Now Racing. Really gives you an idea. Looks a little nautical out there. Maybe like you're sailing off the coast of Rhode Island instead of rowing here on a lake in New Jersey. But definitely this wind has picked up. Doesn't seem to be affecting the racing at all. Mercer proving that as they are pulling further ahead in this women's 4 novice 4 with. As we still have a lead for Mercer, their train of thought and focus is very, very apparent. Nothing's going to break their concentration here as they are getting into probably the bumpiest part of the race course, as you can see from our drone footage up top. Mercer into the last 500 meters. As second place seems to be Walter Johnson High School. Walter Johnson listed as a crew club, but it is a high school team, a scholastic team. And this is some bouncy conditions. Seems as if lane 1 Annapolis juniors are having a little bit of struggle as we're seeing their bow plow through the water. That can sometimes happen if your boat takes on water and there's a weight towards the bow. Nothing bad will happen to the boat, but they are plowing quite a bit. It isn't opportune for speed, but it is an outdoor sport, and rowers have to row the conditions. As Mercer juniors in the lead, sometimes for rows that are in very rough conditions, for example, the Harvard Yale race in New Haven, New London, Connecticut, they'll actually put pumps in the boats because it is known for rough conditions, and they'll even put electrical tape, or excuse me, duct tape over the riggers to prevent water from splashing in. Not a common practice, but it has been done. As we get a great look here at lane 4 from Walter Johnson High School. Pardon me, that would be lane 6, Villa Joseph Marie. My apologies. And coming into the final 150 meters, the crew from Mercer Junior Rowing, knowing this stretch of water very well as it's their home turf, will take home the gold medal in the Women's Youth Novice 4 with Coxswain event. Congratulations to Mercer. Second place will be the Petty School, also their home water as well. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Walter Johnson. My apologies. From Washington, D.C., Walter Johnson finishes second. Third goes to Villa Joseph Marie. And here comes Petty and Annapolis sprinting it out to the finish. It looks like Annapolis just got the better end of that. Annapolis in fourth, Petty School in fifth, and Annapolis B wrapping up our grand final of the Women's Youth Novice 4 with Coxswain. As it seems unfortunate, something was caught on the bow of the Annapolis boat as they finished sixth in this grand final. So Mercer Juniors win, Walter Johnson second, Villa Joseph Marie third, Annapolis Juniors third, fourth, Petty fifth, and Annapolis Juniors sixth. Back to the start, as we already have the next race on the course. This is the Men's Youth Novice 4 with. Crews are through the first 500-meter mark. Lane 1, Wilmington Youth. Lane 2, Radnor High School. Lane 3, Annapolis Juniors. Lane 4, Blair Academy. Lane 5, Walter Johnson High School. Lane 6, Wilmington Youth, second boat. Conditions have definitely changed here at the regatta. The most windy conditions that we've seen over the past 2 days as our camera prepares to pick up this final of the men's novice 4 with. And you can see that American flag blowing out pretty strong. I'd call it at about 15 to 18 miles an hour. Flags that big are referred to 20 knotters. It means when the flag is straight out, it's blowing at least 20 knots. As we have Wilmington Youth in lane 6 making a charge for the lead of this men's novice 4. and I believe they have it. Wilmington Youth, lane 6. Haven't seen a lane 6 lead a race this afternoon yet. Taking the lead of this men's youth novice 4 with Coxon. Second place looks to be lane 5, Walter Johnson High School. But right there next to Walter Johnson is lane 2, Radnor, and lane 3, Annapolis Juniors. Blair Academy slipping a little bit back, but Wilmington Youth continuing to push out. Wilmington throwing the high rating model at this race, overstroking their competition. Wilmington clocking in at 38 strokes a minute. Let's see if they have the energy to keep that up for this second half of the piece. Oh, a little bit of chop. Things do look like they're getting sporty out there. Walter Johnson rowing 5 beats lower than Wilmington at a 33. Two different strategies. And then over in lane 2, we have Radnor beginning to make a push for the lead. It looks like Walter Johnson has taken the lead from Wilmington. Radnor over in lane 2 in third, rowing 35 strokes a minute. Wilmington not changing their strategy, sticking to their guns. Now at 37 strokes a minute. Last 500, Walter Johnson in the lead by half a boat length over Wilmington, who's struggling to hang on over Radnor in lane 2. This should play out to be a very interesting finish, as these 4 crews are fighting for the 3 medals. Annapolis in lane 3, still in the conversation. Blair Academy hasn't quite been able to break into these top 4, but they're right there. And your leader, with 250 meters to go, appears to be Walter Johnson. Wilmington Youth and Radnor, bow ball to bow ball. Wilmington Youth, a lot of spray, a lot of white water as they're catching the blades on the rollers that are coming in behind them. As Walter Johnson makes a definitive shift, a big shift out of the Walter Johnson crew, powering it out over this last 30 to 40 strokes that they have before the race is over. But Radnor has taken second place over from Wilmington Youth and is only 2 seats away from first place. Can Walter Johnson High School hold as Radnor High School is pushing on them? Wilmington Youth, unfortunately, have fallen back. Radnor is taking the bit they're going after it. But Walter Johnson responds, throwing some deep, dark puddles to their stern, and Walter Johnson maintains their lead coming into the last 20 meters. And it will be Walter Johnson taking the men's youth novice 4, followed by Radnor. And in third place, Wilmington Youth Rowing Association. Blair Academy coming in 4th. And Annapolis Juniors coming in 5th. And here we have the other Wilmington Youth entry. Coming across the line now. And we're back to the start for the women's youth second varsity double final. Lane 1, Bergen County Rowing Academy. Lane 2, White Marsh. Lane 3, Ridgewood. Lane 4, Mercer. Lane 5, Germantown Friends. And Lane 6, South Jersey. Awaiting the starter's command. Crews are sitting at attention. Oh, as looks like we've had one boat break free from the starting platform. Lane 1, Bergen County Rowing Academy, seems to have broken free. Just 1 minute past race time. As they seem to be locked on, all crews are locked and loaded, ready for the starter's flag to go down and see who is going to take home this coveted event, the Women's Youth Second Varsity Double. And we have a start. Boogity, boogity, boogity. We are off. Crews are still in the breakage area. Everyone seems to be running fine here. As the official launches pull onto the course to trail the crews, make sure everything goes off safely. And it looks like we have a race. All crews are running hot, straight, and normal as they cross the breakage barrier and are into their piece. It's time to play the feud, folks. Let's see who can take home this Women's Youth Second Varsity Double. Too close to call the leaders in this early portion of the race. Nobody has fallen off the pace, that's for sure. All crews in contention. And now they're starting to enter the wind tunnel here as the wind has picked up. You can tell from the camera angle that we're at where the water starts to get bumpy, and that's where you see the wind picking in. And it would look to me as if lane 3 from Ridgewood perhaps might be in the lead. Lane 5 from Germantown Friends has moved into that second place spot, but watch out for lane 6, South Jersey. They're pushing up to that second place position. Lane 2, White Marsh, starting to find a groove here. Might be moving up on lane 3, Ridgewood. Ridgewood clearly in the lead. Ridgewood is your leader through the 500-meter mark. Ridgewood bowed by Cameron McDonough and stroke seat Skylar Cleesh holding the lead of this women's second varsity double. Lane 2 from White Marsh, stroke seat Elise Justman and bow seat Sydney Hurlick are making a conversation out of it, though, and just grabbing on the Ridgewood's coattails and going right along with them. However, Ridgewood doesn't like them grabbing onto their coattails and seems to have shaken them off a little bit as they extend their lead. Now having open water on South Jersey, I'm sorry, Whitemarsh. Meanwhile, Germantown Friends are coming into their own out in lane 5, trying to make a challenge to that second place position and bringing South Jersey along with them. But this race right now is Ridgewood's to lose. You never know. Somebody might want to grasp defeat from the jaws of victory, but I think that's going to be pretty hard for Ridgewood to do as they're coming into the 1,000 with a length of open water, 2 lengths of open water of a lead on second place, Whitemarsh. Whitemarsh with just 1 seat of a lead on Germantown Friends. And then Germantown Friends with 1 seat of a lead over Mercer and South Jersey. Those 2 votes too close to tell. Bergen County has fallen off the pace. They're just a wee bit more behind. But in this third 500, it has been all Ridgewood. Ridgewood, taking it to the field and extending their lead by another length of open water. Probably a smart move as they're in the roughest conditions on the course. Small rollers starting to develop, nothing to be worried of, but it definitely is not flat conditions. We're not talking rowing in the Atlantic Ocean, just in a little bit of a bump. Ridgewood taking it well, rowing a very strong 32 strokes a minute. As they make a shift down and stride out to 30 strokes a minute, not taking any chances with possibly rowing the rating too high and catching a digger being a crab or a lobster. Clearly, Ridgewood showing themselves to be the class of the field in this event, but a very interesting race is breaking down for the silver and bronze medals behind Ridgewood. Whitemarsh has been in that second place position since the first 500, but Germantown Friends in South Jersey have been charging. Mercer has been keeping their nose right in it and looks like they might be knocking on the door to break into the party. But we have a great overhead shot of your leaders, Ridgewood, McDonough, and Cleash. As they are now into the last 500 meters. And now we see that race working its way out between Whitemarsh and Germantown Friends. Mercer has overtaken South Jersey for the 4th place position. Judging by the angle, it's very difficult to see, but it would look as if Whitemarsh is holding a 2-seat lead over Germantown Friends School. And in the last 10 strokes, they've extended it a little bit more. So Whitemarsh solidly hanging on to second place. Germantown Friends able to see the 2 challengers that might be striding for them in lane 6 and lane 4. As we see Ridgewood make their final push to the line. And they'll be taking the gold medal in this women's youth second varsity double event. And now we have Whitemarsh taking silver. And third place going to Germantown Friends as South Jersey makes a push on Mercer to overtake them for fourth. South Jersey Rowing Club in fourth and Mercer Juniors in fifth. Bergen County Rowing Academy out in lane one, making their final step up for the last 500 meters. Your winner for the women's youth second varsity double, Cleisha McDonough from Ridgewood Rowing. Second place, Justman and Herlick from Whitemarsh. Third, Levy and Ota from Germantown Friends. Fourth, Deegan and McCord from South Jersey. Fifth, Lee and Quiones from Mercer Juniors. As we have the Bergen County Rowing Academy entry. Wrapping up this final. On to the next race, the men's youth second varsity double. Lane 1, Malvern. Lane 2, Shipley. Lane 3, Germantown. Lane 4, Malvern again. Lane 5, Whitemarsh. And Lane 6, Whitemarsh. And it looks like we have Whitemarsh out in the lead. Whitemarsh, Lane 6. Dagnall and Klein appear to be in the lead, or maybe that's Lane 5. We'll get a better shot. It's Lane 5, Whitemarsh in the lead here. Oh, pardon me. That was a shot that did not include the leaders from Lane 3. Lane 3 from Germantown Friends School is in the lead. Whitemarsh is running second, with third place being from Malvern. Germantown Friends in a big lead here of the 2V double. Robinson and Katowitz from Germantown, while Davis, Booth, and Neary from Whitemarsh are giving them a run, trying to push into their lead. These two boats went after it together in their heat yesterday. Tailwind conditions, a lot of folks say that it can favor the smaller, lighter crews. Germantown establishing their presence with authority as they're into the last 500, holding this lead all the way from the start. Whitemarsh trying to work their way into Germantown. Looks like they may have just gotten a smidge of overlap, but I don't think Germantown's going to let this one go easily. Germantown at 35 strokes a minute. Whitemarsh a little bit higher at 37 and a half, but it looks like it's going to be Germantown holding their lead. And your winner for the men's youth second varsity double will be Germantown, silver medalist Whitemarsh. And bronze medalists seem to be coming from Malvern. Fourth place also going to Malvern, their B entry. Fifth place, the Shipley School, and wrapping up the men's youth second varsity double will be the second entry from Whitemarsh. So Germantown, followed by Whitemarsh, then Malvern, Shipley, and Whitemarsh second entry. For the men's second varsity youth double. As we're on to the next event in the program, event number 46, the women's youth second varsity 4 with Coxon, lane 1 Petty, lane 2 Mount St. Joseph's, lane 3 Blair, lane 4 Thompson's Boat Center, lane 5 Whitemarsh, lane 6 Marion Mercy Academy. Again, this is the women's youth second varsity 4. And through the second 500 meters, our leader is Thompson's Boat Center Racing. Thompson's Boat Center, located at the foot of the historic Watergate Hotel, right there in Washington, D.C., next to the Kennedy Center. Thompson rows on the Potomac River, which can be a challenge as it has a lot of flow on that river and a lot of debris with every rainstorm that comes through. Don't really have to worry about much debris here as Thompson takes a commanding lead through the 1,000-meter mark, followed by Petty, it would appear, in lane 1. As we get a wider shot, yes, it would be Petty in lane 1, but who are being pressed very strongly by Whitemarsh, but Petty's responding to that charge. Coach Grunt's Petty crew holding off the charge from Whitemarsh. Thompson's Boat Center, open water on Petty. As we see the conditions beginning to stabilize, not getting any worse, but not quite getting better. Thompson's Boat Center still leads this women's youth second varsity 4 and Petty School in second. This being home water for Petty as they train on Mercer Lake with the Mercer Juniors. Hometown favorites. Whitemarsh in lane 5, trying to mount a challenge to Petty, but Petty taking everything they throw at him and deflecting it, as if Petty were to say, "Not today." Meanwhile, Thompson's Boat Center holds a very comfortable lead. And in lane 6, Marion Mercy Academy, the only other crew that could really make a strike towards Whitemarsh right now to get into these medals. So we got a lot of white water coming off the Whitemarsh crew. Not quite sure if they caught a roller and dug it out a little bit. But your leader coming into the last 500 meter is Thompson's Boat Center. Still followed by the Petty School. Petty has pushed their lead out from Whitemarsh to open water. And Whitemarsh is sitting on the bow ball of Blair Academy. while Marion Mercy Academy has worked their way halfway up the White Marsh crew, but Petty looks to be holding that silver medal position. Clear as day, Thompson's Boat Center is going to take first, and White Marsh is holding off challenge after challenge from Marion Mercy for that bronze medal. That looks how the finishing order is going to be. Thompson's Boat Center leading from wire to wire. Well rowed. Petty coming in second for a silver medal. Well rowed to them as well. And it looks like White Marsh is holding off the challenges from Marion Mercy Academy for that bronze medal. Blair Academy coming in fifth. And Mount St. Joe's wrapping up this women's youth second varsity four with final in sixth place. Mount St. Joe's rowing the iconic purple shell with purple on the stern side of their blades and yellow on the bow side. Very distinct, very easy to see them from the shoreline. And that'll wrap up the women's second varsity four with event. Our next category coming up is event number 47 on your program today, the men's youth second varsity four with coxswain already in progress. Lane 1, Mercer Juniors. Lane 2, Mercer Juniors. Lane 3, Row, New Jersey. Lane 4, LaSalle College Prep. Lane 5, St. Joseph Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Lane 6, the Annapolis Junior Rowing Club. Mercer getting two boats into this final. Their A boat in lane 1, their B boat in lane 2. Right now, if you're watching on at home, just behind the USRowing emblem, Mercer A in lane 1 look to be making a push. But this is a boys sweep event, and St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, usually likes to think that they're going to be the school that wins these. Let's see if they're right. LaSalle College High School, right there in in Philadelphia as well, has a little cross the parking lot rivalry as they row out of the other side of the parking lot from St. Joe's Prep. These guys see each other on the water. Perhaps they've done some brushing. Brushing being a practice piece against one another. We don't know, but we'll see where the rubber meets the road. What happens here today? Mercer Juniors in lane 1 through the 500 seem to be in the top 3, but LaSalle and St. Joe's Prep are also in that top 3. As we see, the water has not flattened out, but not gotten worse. These are varsity athletes who know how to handle these conditions. And let's see what happens as our drone footage picks up the race at the halfway mark. So far, it's tough to tell. I'd say your top 3 are Mercer, LaSalle, and St. Joseph's Preparatory School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. LaSalle College High School, also from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Just a short jaunt across the Ben Franklin Bridge from here in New Jersey. And it would appear that lane 4, LaSalle, might be up in the lead for this one. LaSalle rowing their iconic historical bumblebee jerseys, the blue and yellow horizontal stripes, classical model. LaSalle having had a youth high school rowing program for quite some years, leading this piece from lane 4. As a matter of fact, former coach of St. Joe's Preparatory School, Bruce Konopka, who went on to coach at the University of Pennsylvania, is a LaSalle grad himself. So a lot of intermingling between St. Joe's Prep and LaSalle, as we now have LaSalle leading this by open water over lane 3 from Rowe, New Jersey. Rowe, New Jersey and Mercer juniors going head to head here, fighting out for that bronze and silver medal. It doesn't seem like St. Joe's Prep has been able to keep the pace, but they are still ahead of Annapolis juniors and the B entry from Mercer. But the tail of the tape for this particular event has been all LaSalle. LaSalle College High School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, leading by open water as they're into this last 500 meters. Rowing very calm, very set. In recent years, this race having been dominated by the Christian Brothers Academy out of Lincroft, New Jersey, having chosen not to come to this regatta this year. Kind of opens the door for a lot of other crews to take home some hardware. And here they come, folks. Leader of your men's youth second varsity for LaSalle College High School, rowing their pink oarlock, the pink sleeved croaker oars. Great drone shot here, and it looks as if Mercer juniors are pushing to challenge Rowe, New Jersey for that silver medal, but Rowe, New Jersey is in that silver medal spot right now. LaSalle all wearing matching white hats, adding to their uniformity. Not backing off as they cross the line now. Congratulations to LaSalle College High School. Finishing first place. Mercer pushing now on Rowe, New Jersey. We'll see how this goes. Rowe, New Jersey responds. And oof, it looks like Rowe, New Jersey will take it by just a bow deck over Mercer for second. Mercer in third. St. Joseph's Preparatory School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in fourth, followed by Annapolis Juniors, and then in sixth place, Mercer Junior Rowing's B entry. As we have a very thoughtful couple standing right on the finish line tower flag, blocking that angle for the officials. I'm sure one of the officials in the motorboat will ask them to kindly step aside, as that's what the camera looks at for photo finishes. Or perhaps they won't. Your winner, LaSalle College High School, time is 6:45. Rowe, New Jersey in second. Mercer Junior Rowing in third. St. Joseph's Preparatory School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in fourth. Annapolis Junior Rowing in fifth. And Mercer Junior Rowing B in sixth. Already in progress is the next event, the women's second varsity quad. Lane 1, White Marsh. Lane 2, Conestoga. Lane 3, Agnes Irwin School. Lane 4, Nereid Boat Club. Lane 5, Navesink River Rowing. Lane 6, Germantown Friends, and Lane 7, White Marsh B. Your early leader appears to be Nereid in Lane 4, having come through that first 500-meter marker in the lead and utilizing this second 500 to extend that lead over Lane 1, White Marsh. Nereid Boat Club leading White Marsh in this women's youth second varsity quad. And through 1,000 meters, your leader still Nereid Boat Club, who has put on a demonstration today in the quad events, sculling events, that is. Nereid leads through the 1,000. Second place being held on to by White Marsh. Third place now seems to be held by Conestoga High School. The Agnes Irwin School right on their heels in fourth. But this race seems to be all Nereid right now, unless perhaps White Marsh can find something in this third 500 meters. Nereid stroke seat, Jordan Roth looks to her right, her port side, and she can make out that White Marsh boat. White Marsh stroked by Sean O'Brien, 3-seat Addison Newdeck, 2-seat Heidi Davis, and bow seat Gabriella Kentic, trying to make a challenge into the Nereid lead, but it doesn't seem to be making a dent. Nereid still holding open water on second place, White Marsh. Conestoga holding third place over the Agnes Irwin School. Two sisters appear to be in the stern pair of the Conestoga crew, Katie Przybylowski and Madeline Przybylowski. 2-seat Ara Amin and bow seat Eva Ong. But there's your leader by clear open water, Nereid Boat Club. Stroked by Jordan Roth, 3-seat Kate Rudolph, 2-seat Violet Lombardo, and bow seat Beatrix Boniface. They look to be well on their way to the gold medal of the women's second varsity quad final here in beautiful West Windsor, New Jersey on Lake Mercer for the 2023 US Rowing Mid-Atlantic Regional Rowing Championship. Lane 1 from White Marsh extending their lead for that silver medal. Meanwhile, lane 4, Nereid, continuing to command this race. As they have from start to finish. They're now into the last 500 meters. And Nereid begins to wind it up. Just to put a little bit of show on for the folks at the finish line. These crews train 6 days a week, upwards of 2 to 3 hours a day. So in all of that, it's coming out in this regional championship race. Some athletes will go on into the US Rowing youth rowing system for the summertime. Some will train with their clubs. Some will just take time off, but they'll be back at it next fall. As Nereid comes to the line, congratulations to Nereid Boat Club winning the women's youth second varsity quad. Second place is still being held on to by White Marsh, with now a challenge coming from Navesink River Rowing. I'm sorry, Agnes Irwin. But White Marsh will hold. Agnes Irwin has overtaken Conestoga for the bronze medal. So we have White Marsh in second, Agnes Irwin in third, and Conestoga in fourth. Fifth and sixth place are still yet to be determined, as Germantown Friends seem to be making an argument for that fifth spot. Navesink River Rowing Association will be in sixth, and White Marsh B will tie up any loose ends for this women's youth second varsity quad final. We are now at the final three events of the regatta. Event number 49 will be the men's youth second varsity quad. This is a 4-boat race. Lane 2, Conestoga. Lane 3, Navesink River. Lane 4, Nereid. And lane 5, Williamsburg. Race is already on the water through 750 meters, approaching 1,000 quickly. And through the 1,000, your leader appears to be Conestoga, followed closely by Nereid and Williamsburg. Navesink River has slipped back a little bit, but as long as you have a chip in a chair, something may happen for the positive. Conestoga is trying to make those chances diminish more and more for their competition as they're stretching out to a larger lead here through the third 500. Conestoga in the lead of the men's youth second varsity quad. Meanwhile, a nice, neat little tussle's happening between Nereid and Williamsburg. Williamsburg, by my calculation, seemed to be the crew that has traveled the furthest to be here today. I'm sure they didn't want to make that trip in vain, as that long ride home might be nicer with a silver medal instead of a bronze. Let's see what happens here. Nereid, not knowing that their teammates in the women's event had just won by a country mile, still demonstrating some strong sculling here overall from the Nereid program. But this one is all Conestoga. Conestoga well in the lead. And it would appear from this drone shot that Williamsburg, from Williamsburg, Virginia, Colonial Williamsburg, is in the lead over Nereid. Crews are coming up to the gazebo, 750 meters left to go. And yes, Williamsburg has taken over second place from Nereid. Perhaps they're hearing the cheers from friends, coaches, and family at the gazebo, motivating them to dig in a little bit deeper. Conestoga obviously is, because they've taken a little bit of a larger lead. I don't think Conestoga would lose if they tied an anchor to their stern and threw it off into the water. They're definitely going that far ahead. But it seems as if Nereid's responded and taken 2 seats up from Williamsburg. Can Williamsburg raise their game again? Conestoga says no, but I'm sure those Williamsburg boys have something else to say. We'll see. Nereid now 3 seats ahead of Williamsburg. Oh, a little bit of steering in the Williamsburg boat. Oh, you hate to see that in the last 250 meters, as we get a great shot at Conestoga approaching the finish line. Very well rowed. As we can see that country mile. Very effective rowing together, Conestoga. Crossing the line now. Congratulations to them. As we zoom out for this hotly contested silver medal race, and it's still Nereid ahead. Can Williamsburg move up? Looks like Nereid's going to hold them there, giving them the iron wall to try to get through. And Nereid takes home the silver medal. Williamsburg with a neat little bronze medal. Congratulations to all three medaling crews. Navesink River raising their game here to finish up the piece strong. And here's Navesink River crossing the finish line now. Congratulations to all four crews finishing in the final of the men's youth second varsity 4. A neat little race we had there. Very exciting to see crews coming from all the way in Southern Virginia up here to New Jersey to face off against Pennsylvania and New Jersey's finest. As we go to the penultimate event of the day, the Women's Youth Novice 8. Boats are approaching the starting platform. This event is slated to start in 8 minutes, so a lot of time until the start, which is where the crews will be rowing up to the start. So we got a little bit of time for everyone to go ahead and get themselves a soda pop and join back into the regatta coverage as we take a short break. And we'll come back with the Women's Youth Novice 8, the penultimate event of the regatta, followed by the event of the day, the Men's Youth Novice 8 finals. These Novice 8s are some of the most exciting racing that you'll see. Anything can happen. And we'll leave you with that cliffhanger as we take a short break. And so here we are with the second to last event of the day, the Women's Novice 8. Racing happening across the country this weekend, with the second weekend of May being very active. Michigan University, for those of you who are fans of the Big Ten, winning the Big Ten Women's Championship today. University of Virginia winning the ACC Championship. Meanwhile, the Big 12 being won by two-time defending national champion, well, your Longhorns from the University of Texas. And as we speak, the Ivy League Championship being gutted out up in Worcester, Massachusetts. Those results won't be done for another 4 hours. Interestingly enough, the men's Eastern Sprints and the women's Ivy League Championship being raced together in Worcester. First time that's ever happened. The Yale men on the heavyweight side, having won the last few Eastern Sprints, trying to make it a four-peat, while Princeton University has been closer to them than anybody else. For those of you from New Jersey, maybe you're rooting on your Princeton Tigers. Dartmouth College and Syracuse University seem to have the best outside shots of knocking them off, but don't forget about Brown or Harvard. That racing happening now. And our insider favorite, University of Rhode Island, had a very successful A10 regatta. As we're preparing for the second to last event to get locked on to the starting platform, it looks to be lane 6 from Blair Academy, making their timing perfect 4 minutes before the start of the race. Rule of thumb is you need to be locked on 2 minutes before the race starts, or you will be assessed a penalty. Now, this is a fun one where maybe a coxswain in a stroke seat want to get a jump on the field and do an early start. We'll see if that happens. A friend of mine who used to row for the University of Rhode Island told me that her coach would advocate for that just to get in the kitchen of the other crews to see if they can mess with their heads a little bit. Not sure if it ever worked or not, but definitely was fun to try. Each crew gets 2 warnings before they are asked to vacate the field. No warnings being issued for this event yet. But we have seen 2 races called back in the first 150-meter breakage zone. Lane 1 here, lane 1 being Annapolis Junior Rowing from Annapolis, Maryland. Lane 2, Thompson's Boat Center Racing, Washington, D.C. Oh, we have a start. Lane 3, Radnor Girls High School. Lane 4, Jackson Reed High School. Lane 5, White Marsh Boat Club. And Lane 6, Blair Academy High School. Crews are off. Halfway through the breakage zone. Rapidly approaching that open season mark. And we are through breakage. All boats are running hot, straight, and normal. And folks, it's time to play the feud. The Women's Youth Novice 8 final here at the US Rowing Mid-Atlantic Regional Rowing Championships is off and running. What a beautiful drone shot from above. Lane 2, Thompson's Boat Center, taking the early lead, followed closely by Jackson Reed High School in lane 4 and White Marsh Rowing in lane 5. Lanes 1 from Annapolis and 3 from Radnor High School slipped back a little bit, as well as Blair Academy. Your 3 early leaders being lane 2, Thompson's Boat Center, lane 4, Jackson Reed High School, and lane 5, White Marsh Rowing. Thompson's Boat Center has taken a smidge of a seat in the lead, and White Marsh has 1 seat over Jackson Reed as the crews lengthen out and approach the first 500-meter mark. Conditions here have flattened a little bit, not as much wind. As that high pressure system has passed through and calmed things down quite a bit. Things are not calm for Thompson's Boat Center. They are rowing like rabid dogs attacking a piece of meat, jumping out in the lead, 6 seats up on now a challenge that's coming in from lane 3. That lane 3 being from Radnor High School. Radnor High School has moved into second place behind Thompson's Boat Center. Thompson's Boat Center training on the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. right next to the Kennedy Center and the famed Watergate Hotel, right at the base of Georgetown. And they are still in the lead by 8 seats over Radnor High School from Pennsylvania. But Jackson Reed High School, also from Washington, D.C., making a charge on their counterparts from Radnor. Jackson Reed just nosing out Radnor for second place. Whitemarsh hasn't quite made a jump here yet, and if they're not careful, they're going to find themselves shut out of the medals. Annapolis Juniors and Blair Academy have slipped back from the pace. Thompson's Boat Center is establishing that pace. They are well in the lead. Crews are now approaching the 1,000 meter mark, the halfway mark. Anything can happen in the second half of a race. Crabs, lobsters, diggers, ejections, all is in play. And Thompson's Boat Center maintains the lead, but not nearly as much as they had 20 strokes ago. Last 20 strokes seem to have gone to Radnor High School, who has moved up on the field by 5 seats. Radnor High School being the fast mover here through the 1,000 meter mark. Thompson's Boat Center still holds the lead. They are just about 9 seats up on Radnor and pushing away. There's a big move planned for that Thompson's boat right at the 1,000 as they have begun to push out further away from Radnor. But here comes Jackson Reed moving on Radnor. Whitemarsh still half a length down to Jackson Reed. Jackson Reed taking over second place from Radnor. Meanwhile, Thompson's Boat Center maintains first place. Out in lane 5, Whitemarsh still hanging around. Still trying to get their bow into this. But this race for second and third seems to be the cream of the crop. And here comes Radnor. Whoa, doggy, making a big push. Radnor just brought their rating up 4 beats, moving quickly on Thompson's Boat Center and walking away from Jackson Reed. Thompson's Boat Center identified that move and are responding. Not necessarily bringing the rating up, but finding a power 10 to push back. And they have done that. Thompson's has maintained their lead. Radnor possibly showing a little bit of fatigue from that colossal move, starting to give in here to Jackson Reed. Jackson Reed pulling up level with Radnor. Radnor, Jackson Reed, bow ball to bow ball, dead level. Thompson's better watch out because these two crews might push each other into their lead. I'm sure their coxswain's looking over her right shoulder to make note. And we have going into the last 500 meters, Thompson's Boat Center from Washington, D.C., your clear leader of the Women's Youth Novice 8, with Radnor High School running second and Jackson Reed High School running third. Radnor has taken a quick couple seats from Jackson Reed in the last 10 strokes. However, Thompson's Boat Center is pulling away from second and third. Once crews hit that last 500 meter mark, it's like Pavlov's dog hearing a bell, sprinting for the food bowl. These guys are hungry and they want dinner. Here comes Thompson's. Thompson's pulling away. Jackson Reed feeling that push from Thompson's, knowing they got to go with them. And Radnor responding. Radnor responding to Jackson Reed. Now has 1 seat. 1 seat Radnor over Jackson Reed. Thompson's Boat Center, open water on both. This race for second and third will be the conversation in this piece. And Jackson Reed responds again. They are 1 seat up on Radnor. Your leaders in the last 250 here, Thompson's Boat Center, 1 length up on Jackson Reed, who now have extended to 3 seats 4 seats on Radnor. Jackson Reed going early. If they can hold it for the next 30 strokes, we'll see. Jackson Reed in their black Vespoli hole, looking over to their right at Radnor in their white Vespoli hole. None can see Thompson's Boat Center in their white Wintec. They're that far ahead. But here we go. The last 15 strokes. Your winner will be Thompson's Boat Center, followed by, let's see as we pan out. It looks to be, yes, it is Jackson Reed High School taking the money and running over Radnor. Radnor putting a valiant fight in, but man, to another day. Radnor finishing with hardware, a bronze medal, and White Marsh coming across the line in fourth. Fifth place will be Annapolis Junior Rowing in lane 1. And in lane 6, the Blair Academy will tidy up this final with a 6th place finish. Congratulations to all athletes. Fantastic race. Well rowed to everyone. And now we go to the final event of our program. The Men's Youth Novice 8. As Blair Academy crossed the finish line for the Women's Youth Novice 8. Well rowed Blair. And we get to the Men's Youth Novice 8. Lane 1, DC National Rowing Club. Lane 2, Lawrenceville High School. Lane 3, LaSalle College High School. Lane 4, St. Joseph's Preparatory School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And lane 5, Jackson Reed High School. Lane 6 being from St. Peter's Prep. Crews are off and through the 750-meter mark. St. Joe's Prep trying to shut this thing down early as they have the clear lead. Second place being lane 2, Lawrenceville. St. Joe's Prep with just about a length lead on Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville dead even with Jackson Reed High School and St. Peter's Prep. LaSalle College High School has slipped back a little bit, as well as DC National. St. Joe's Prep coming up to the 1,000-meter mark. Your clear leader of this final event of the day. St. Joe's striking 35 strokes a minute. And as you're watching from the shore through the binoculars, or maybe you're looking through our coverage on YouTube, you can see the concise timing as drone A films drone B. Drone B picking up the footage here. St. Joe's Prep well into the lead, rowing a strong 35 strokes a minute. St. Joe's Prep preparing for the Stotesbury Cup coming up next weekend. That race is only 1,500 meters, I believe. I'm assuming they'll be attending that race, as they have extended their lead to more than a boat length of open water over Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville with a half a length lead on Jackson Reed High School. So interestingly enough, we have 3 scholastic programs leading this event. The one club, DC National, has slipped back, but it speaks even greater to this coaching staff and these athletes all hailing from the same school. Last time I checked, St. Joe's Prep had an army of coaches, as they have a lot of boys rowing for them, but their head coach, John Fife, being an alumni from there, definitely providing them with the guidance to get their boats to move quick. As St. Joe's Prep enters into the last 500 meters, followed by Lawrenceville in second, And Jackson Reed High School in third. One of the traditions for St. Joe's Prep is anybody who's a freshman, well, you have to earn your uni suit. So the freshmen will race in Henley tops. And once they make it onto the varsity squad, they'll get their uni suits to race in. This crew here, as a novice 8, more likely than not, it might not be all freshmen, but it probably is, rowing in their white Henley tops with burgundy piping on it, looking like a varsity crew, rowing very strong. Meanwhile, Lawrenceville, out in lane 2, holding on to their lead for second over Jackson Reed High School. Again, these crews will probably see each other next weekend at the Stokesbury Cup Regatta. Jackson Reed looking to mount a charge. No one's going to touch St. Joe's Prep as they come into the last 100 meters. And your winner for the men's youth novice 8, St. Joseph's Preparatory School of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Second place is going to be a cat fight here. And it looks as if Lawrenceville will hang on to it. Well rowed. Lawrenceville, followed by Jackson Reed High School. And third place going to St. Peter's Prep, followed by DC National. Pardon me, followed by LaSalle. DC National coming across the line now. Congratulations to all these young competitors. Very well rowed to everybody. And as our drone footage gets some shots of these boats crossing the line, congratulations to all competitors here today at the 2023 U.S. Rowing Mid-Atlantic Regional Rowing Championships. My name is Steve Perry. It's been a pleasure to be a part of your day. Thank you to our production team, Here Now Racing. And with that, we bid you adieu and drive home safely.